Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2021 online edition of the Days of Yore. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2021 online version of the Days of Yore. I am Gorvin of Tallwood, and I'll be your MC, lore keeper, and just general gabby guy for the afternoon for this year's Days of Yore. I'm going to ask every single one of you, doesn't matter where you are on a bus, library, museum, in your living room, at a campsite, I don't care where you are, I'm going to ask for you guys to all please remove your hats and stand for the playing of our national anthem. That was the Didsbury High School's 2019 Grade 9 band performing that, so thank you to the Didsbury High School students for that performance. This year, I, Gorvin of Tallwood, I'm coming to you from a studio in High River, Alberta. Now, High River actually comes from a different name than the fact that the water sometimes get high. It actually comes from the Blackfoot term for the area called Ispitiei, which means tall trees at the river. That's not where Days of Yore usually happens. It usually happens in person in the Rosebud River Valley beside Didsbury, Alberta. Now, Rosebud also gets its name from the Blackfoot terms given to the region, and that is Akokoniskwe, which means by the river of many roses. So in the spirit of reciprocity, respect, and truth, we honor and acknowledge Akokoniskwe and Ispitiei and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, including the Siksika, the Kainai, the Piikani, as well as the Îyârhe Nakoda and the Tsuut'ina nations. We also acknowledge that this territory is home to Métis Nation of Alberta, Region Number 3, within the historical Northwest Métis homeland. And we also acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land, and who honor and celebrate this territory. So gathering together online, we bring together the gathering places of all of us, providing us with a really unique opportunity for us to engage in and demonstrate leadership and reconciliation. So we thank you for joining the Days of Yore community on the lands of Treaty 7 territory. I'm now going to turn it over to some other hoity-toity people who have some very interesting things to share with you today as well.
Hello, reenactors and organizers of the 2021 Days of Yore virtual event. I'm Rhonda Hunter, Mayor of the beautiful town of Didsbury. On behalf of Council, it is always a pleasure and privilege to say hello to citizens and to welcome visitors to our beautiful community. Today it's a pleasure and a privilege indeed to welcome you to the Days of Yore for this virtual experience. I'm confident that you'll once again, or for the first time, enjoy watching the special skills of reenactments. Skills brought to you by traditional heritage reenactors. Days of Yore is so unique and so much fun. As you watch this virtual event, memories will come flooding back. Memories about the terrific experiences you had at the Days of Yore live reenactments in past years. If you hadn't been at a live event, will likely now save the date for future years to experience all this activity and adventure in person. Virtual or live, you will always leave with a sense of the spirit of the Days of Yore. The days where these battles were fought with the intent to protect life, limb, and freedoms. So, a big welcome to all the reenactors. Thank you so much for the spirit and dedication you commit to entertaining crowds with your skills. Thank you to the Mount View Art Society and Days of Yore Committee for making sure that Days of Yore carries on in Didsbury. An event that created a place to take us back in time to share so much history. And thank you to each and every one of you watching this virtual event today. Enjoy the show. We look forward to seeing you and meeting you at the Days of Yore in person in Didsbury in 2022.
Hi, Nathan Cooper, for Old Didsbury Thrills in the Alberta, and welcome to the Days of Yore. It is so great to be able to, albeit virtually, get together and share our common interests, hopes for the future. Of course, I'm standing here at the site of the Days of Yore, where I can't wait next year to be able to join you here in person. But in between now and then, I hope that you'll enjoy the celebrations of the weekend and look forward to seeing you for the 6th annual Days of Yore next year.
It's my pleasure to extend a warm welcome to an incredibly cool and unique event. Let me start by thanking Kathleen Windsor for the chance greet you all. Special greeting to Mayor Rhonda Hunter and her council, MLA Newthy, and of course, the Master of Ceremonies, the great Groven Tallwood. It isn't a surprise that the pandemic hasn't stopped an event of this caliber. And what could be more cool than cowboys, Vikings, and soldiers streamed live into your living room? Move over, Netflix. There's a new show in town. My mom's family has Norse roots. Swords, helmets, and horns were a regular fashion day. My grandkids thoroughly enjoyed being at the Day or Festival. This festival has taken the community by storm, inspiring even myself to wonder how I would have fared as a Viking and perhaps giving me a false sense of ability from the safety of my couch. Their stories of bravery and adventure. And even as a math teacher, I've still enjoyed and loved history, and there's no better way to learn than with action-packed, exciting performances. Congratulations to Mountain View Art Society and all the best for this year's festival.
Hail to you! My name is Kathleen Windsor. Behind me is the Rosebud Park, the site of the usual Days of Yore. I chair the Days of Yore Festival, an event that has been hosted by the Mountain View Art Society in Didsbury, Alberta, for 5 years. This is the only festival of its kind, dedicated to historical authenticity, both with performers and artisans. In a normal year, we like to say, this is going to be a blast. While we may not have to cover our ears when we hear the blasts of the cannons this year, or the flintlock rifles, or the black powder pistols, it is still going to be quite the adventure. Days of Yore, an event that showcases the good old days, is jumping ahead a few centuries this year. And today's broadcast is a one-time only special online event. A little pandemic never held back a Viking or a cowboy or a soldier, and our reenactors, artisans, broadcast team, and volunteers are determined to bring you another great show. It's just that it's from the comfort of your own home this year. This live streaming video production is going to feature the best of our traditional heritage reenactors. You'll stroll through the ages with the Sons of Fenrir Vikings, Dragon's Own Medieval Combat Group, Victorian Society of Alberta, Edmonton House Brigade, Yankee Valley Yankees, 10th Battalion Commemorative Association of World War I, World War II First Special Service Force reenactors, the Prairie Motor Brigade, our own military show and shine, and new for 2021, the Guns of the Golden West. The performers were not able to rehearse together much this past year, but they did manage to put together some really terrific productions for today's Days of Yore Festival. They loved having the opportunity to think outside the box, and their online film festival type presentations include using live rounds in the cannons, something they cannot do at an in-person show, showing us a nighttime trench raid mission, also something they cannot do at the regular Days of Yore Fest, and even prepared a digital presentation of the Victorian internet for you. But enough from me. I am proud to now turn the mic over to our bard, minstrel, and oral historian, the great Gorvin Tall.
Thank you very much, Kathleen, and for all of our dignitaries who came out and provided us with a little bit of a greetings. I am Gorvin of Tallwood. I am very happy to get a chance to come to your living room, campsite, cell phone, I guess pocket. I don't know. That might just be a little bit odd. I would like for you to picture a little bit different scenario than you're currently sitting in right now. Rather, you would be sitting in a lawn chair or right on the grass in the beautiful lush green valley of Rosebud Valley beside Didsbury, Alberta, where you would be able to see a Viking encampment on one side, and beside them, some medieval knights. Beside them, some fur traders. You would also see a few cannons from the Civil War era. You would see some Victorians playing croquet. You would see a lineup of military vehicles, as well as get a chance to watch a trench raid and watch a reconnaissance mission out in the field. All of this happening. There's also behind you, there's a chance to see some artisan vendors this is what Days of Yore normally looks like. Well, this year, we're going a little bit more personal because, as Kathleen said, each of those videos that our groups have put together for you are a little bit different than what they would normally do. That being said, the reenactors really want to get some feedback from the audience. They love the audience. They love to get a chance to interact. And so with an online scenario, it's a little bit different. So here's how you interact with our reenactors and a little bit with me as well, as I've already had some people do. You can simply put a message into the chats, either on Facebook or on YouTube. Either way, we will get your messages. You can also hit those thumbs up buttons, which apparently means like. You can also choose to hit the smiles or the wows or the hearts or whatever it is that you so choose to provide feedback. And you can hit them as often as you like to indicate that you are appreciating what our reenactment groups have put together. So today, as Kathleen said, we have the Sons of Fenrir, we have the Dragon's Own Medieval Combat Group, we have Callum Lycan, a Scottish storyteller, we have the Victorian Society of Alberta, we have the Edmonton House Brigade, we have the Guns of the Golden West, first-year participants, we have the Yankee Valley Yankees, we have the 10th Battalion CEF Commemorative Association, we have the Prairie Motor Brigade, as well as the 1st Special Service Forces Living History Association. You'll also see a couple of vignettes from our artisans, because normally you would actually be able to go and visit them at their vendor booths or tents. Instead, a couple of them have actually sent in videos instead. That includes the Saga of Eagles and Wolves, a cosplay skill tree, and Midgard Blades and Leatherworks. There's another way that you can also show your appreciation. And, well, you'll notice that it doesn't make much sound, because it's kind of empty. The reason it's a little bit empty is because we usually get a lot of sponsorships to operate Days of Yore, or we get ticket prices to help us sustain this event from year to year to year. That being said, we can't do that when we're online quite so easily. So this is your opportunity for you to also give appreciation to the Days of Yore and allow us to do this from year to year. So 2022, this is one way that you can help make sure we do this live in person in 2022 on July 30th and 31st. That is to donate. So you can do that by going to bit.ly/donate, DOY, donate Days of Yore. I'll put that into the chat so everybody can have a chance to do so. But that is a really great way for you to show your appreciation for everything that the reenactors do, as well as our volunteers. We have perennial volunteers who come back every year and help make sure that this is happening, including this year's version. But we also have annual volunteers or seasonal volunteers who come out to help out with the parking and such too. And so we do want to make sure we show our appreciation to our volunteers just as much as possible. And so feel free to and encouraged to donate to the Days of Yore. The other thing we have today, normally in our activities, we also have a passport. So as you go through to the different reenactment groups, you can actually fill out little questions and get a little stamp of passports so that you can take your stroll through the ages. And there's a prize at the end of all that. Well, this year we're doing the prizes just a tiny bit differently. So you can see up there above me a couple of hashtags that you can use. So one of the prizes is a shield pendant that has been provided by the Sons of Fenrir Vikings. And you'll see a picture of that showing up there, very shortly. There it is, right there. That's the Sons of Fenrir's shield pendant. How you enter for that is you type into the chat hashtag Sons Shield. You can also enter for a $25 gift certificate to Dark Age Creations. And that was provided to us by Dragon's Own Medieval Combat Group, right there. You can see it there. And to enter for that, you type in hashtag Dark Age. And last but not least, we have a family pass to the 2022 Days of Yore in person and in Rosebud Valley. And that way that you can get that is by typing in hashtag Days Yore. That is the best way to get yourselves entered for all of these prizes. And don't forget to also throw in some of your questions into the chats as well, because we're going to have live interviews with some of our reenactors. So, like I said, we like to have a chance to have our audience interact directly with our participants. And so this is one way we're doing it. We're going to have people join in for an interview live, and every question you put up will definitely be placed into the rotation of questions we ask our interviewees. So if you have a question, make sure you put it up there, and we will definitely get it. YouTube and Facebook is the best place to put those questions. So without further ado, we're going to shift our gears to our first reenactment group, the people who started it all, if you will, the Sons of Fenrir Viking reenactment group.
Bølgerne ruller så tungt ved natt, langt ute på havsens vande. Der vifter ei vind, og der er intet seil. Der glimter ei stjerner i sjøens speil, men der driver lig mot strande. Sjøernes drakt, et lig som driver mot strande. Men brinner da solen ved vinterdag, så rød over havsens vande, da ligger en strime med skum igjen, og gynger vi iver sjøende hen, mens der driver lig mot strande. Bølgerne ruller så tungt ved natt, langt ute på havsens vande. Der vifter ei vind, og der er intet seil. Der glimter ei stjerner i sjøens speil, men der driver lig mot strande.
What are you doing over here?
Oh, I'm just making a cloak pin. So I'm just heating up the metal in the forge. And
So you were blacksmithing here, right?
correct, yes.
And what are you making?
Well, a lot of different things. Everything from cookwares for cooking small flatbreads, This is going to be a pin when it's forged out for a cloak pin. So any one of the cloaks going around. And then I also forge simple utility knives. This is based on a common knife, just a very, very simple, just as long as your hand, that you can use for all kinds of things, to weapons you fight with. So this is a Viking sax, a fighting weapon.
Cool.
Yeah, everything in between.
What are you guys making?
I'm making a string of beads to go between my turtle brooches.
And you?
I'm working on some soapstone casting, just about to pour one. Making Thor's hammers.
Hi, so what are like these made for and used for?
So these are soapstone castings made out of pewter or white metal, often would have been lead in the Viking Age, to make Thor's hammers of various shapes that we're doing, which is a very common icon found in the Viking Age. Symbol of worship to Thor. The Vikings encountered the Christians who had all these crazy things called crosses, and they're like, a symbol to your god? That's pretty cool. So they started making a whole bunch of them themselves. These ones are blanks that are cast into soapstone, like this one here. Once the blank comes out, this is an example of a pre-carved one, I will use stamping tools to stamp individual details into different Thor's hammers to kind of make them a little more individual and characteristic. Yeah. These are often found in silver, pewter, brass, amber in some rare instances, and a lot of iron. And I'm going to pour one here. So I've got a little bit of pewter heated on the fire over here. Get a shot of liquid metal coming over. And this pours in, nice and easy. After about a minute or so, that'll be ready to come out, and it'll look just like one of these.
Do any of the symbols have meaning?
Most Viking finds have this triangle with 3 dots. A lot of triangles, a lot of lines, a lot of small circle dots put in the center of them. There's no specific meaning, it's just a very common decorative motif. The Thor's hammer, of course, just being a symbol of pagan worship of Thor that we're aware of.
And I see you're wearing one. Is that one like have any meaning to it, or is it just like the others?
This is just like the others. This is just my Thor's hammer, just to show I'm not a Christian.
Nice. And what are you making over here?
I'm stringing some beads to wear between my tortoise brooches, and these ones are glass.
Nice. What are they used for?
They're used to display wealth and status mostly, and women would wear them between these 2 brooches. They sit kind of here when you're wearing the appropriate dress.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, you guys are like almost about to flip that.
We are. So we've made a traditional honey cake. You'll kind of see here that the edges themselves are lifting away from the pan. So we did a yeastless honey cake. It's made with flour, honey, eggs, and some milk. So very, very basic ingredients. Traditionally, you would be painting bluebells to get the nectar out. So you would use the egg whites to drip the nectar out to kind of add to a little bit of sweetness for the cake. Unfortunately, it's out of season right now, so what we're going to do, I've got my other pan here, it's hot, and we've added in some butter, and we are just going to do our very best. I see there's not a lot of movement from here. Michelle, for your, here we go. You want to have, you'll see that the edges are lifting away really nicely. We should be able to lift up most of this cake all the way through. Okay. We're ready to flip it. Ready?
Oh yeah!
Oh, nice. Okay, and then we're just gonna let that sit for another few minutes, just so that way we get a nice full cook all the way through. And then to finish it off, we're gonna glaze it with more honey after, and really just make it nice and sweet.
Very nice. What are you building over here?
I am doing tablet weaving. One second, here goes the time.
explain it? So this is basically a woven, this will end up being a big woven band, kind of like this one that I've made before. And this one is actually for a wedding ceremony. And they were used mainly for decoration and just to show wealth, depending on the colors, the pattern in general, and just a really fun craft to do in the meantime. So what are these made for or using?
Well, these are generally used for, generally you'll see them as lining on tunics or dresses, just as a big thing of decoration. The more richer, darker colors, like these purples, for example, they would definitely be more rich colors that would show that you were of a higher class. More lighter, duller colors, like just plain whites, simple browns, anything that's like very light in general would show you're of a lower class, but still able to put the time and resources into making these kinds of things. Generally, they can be used as belts or as trim, and it's just kind of a neat little thing. There are so many different designs you can do, and there have been many finds actually around the world. The most prevalent one would be the Osberg ship find. I actually have a piece of that one right here that I recently finished.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Alright. What are you making?
Hello. I am doing what's called luciting. And it's this tiny bone made out of horn. And it's to make the string a lot stronger in order to use it more efficiently, so that it won't break.
Very nice. What are you guys doing over here?
Standing guard.
What guards?
We have a various array of Viking Age weaponry. Axes, spears, javelins, mail, and a variety of helmets from Prince.
Very cool.
We have a variety of weapons from the Viking Age, from the more common knives and axes. We've got various designs of swords, spears. We've got a mail hauberk, which would have been worn by more high-status warriors. We have an Eastern-style horse bow, quiver, arrows. We've got two different types of Spangen helms. A very basic one. This one based on the Geirmundbu helmet, which is found in Norway. And this helmet is based on one of the black grave finds from Chernigov in Russia. Either side, I have my guards, making sure that nobody steals my wares.
Very cool.
Hi there, my name's Daimar, and I am working in a Viking kitchen. And if you'd like to have a look around, I'd be happy to show you what I'm up to. Right now, what I'm working on is dessert for supper tonight. I'm cutting up apple, pear, and cherries, which I'm going to put in this pot here, and marinade in mead. So I'll get that going right now. If I'm feeling adventurous, I might chop up a little bit of hazelnut or almond and add that, so they'll get soft as they soak all day. I have snacks this afternoon. This is a yogurt cheese. We start with yogurt and set it over a bowl with some linen, and what's going to happen is all of that liquid that's in yogurt will drip out. It ends up in the bowl below, and we get a thicker sort of cream cheese kind of thing that we then add some herbs to. I've got some thyme and garlic in that, and it tastes a lot like what you use Boursin cheese for. So this has to sit here for at least 6 hours. Keep it in a shady place. So we can have cheese. I'm going to make up some bread later. I've got a pot full of flour. We would use rye flour, barley flour, or whole wheat flour, which I will scoop up. I'll use the whey that drips out of here as my liquid in my bread. Mix that up into a really flat, unleavened bread, which we would then cook on fire and eat with this cheese. So we've got dessert ready to go. We have cheese and crackers for later. I have skewers ready. I've got some pork that I'm just going to chop up chunks of apple and onion and stick some ham on there. We're going to cook that over the fire so that we have a lunch later on. And then when we get ready for supper, in this great big cauldron, which I'm going to hang over this fire here.
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me all right?
We'll get a nice stew going with some beef. I've got some barley. We can chuck a turnip in the corner of the fire and have a fire roasted turnip to go with it. So I'm really looking forward to being out here and creating lots of good food. So I hope you'll come back and see me later and I'll show you what I've been up to.
What are you making over here?
Oh, thanks for coming back. This is the stew I was talking about earlier. I've got some beef in there, some onions, carrots, parsnips, and I was just about to add some peas.
Oh, it's no problem. I mean,
but this is what we're
prefer to
eating
do
for
it in
supper
person,
tonight.
but
Very cool.
it's nice to be able to do something. Unless you want to use my Viking name. No. Diedrich is it's the full version of my name. We can just use Dieter. That's fine.
Og dagen veldig stille En mørk uendelig lyngmark ned mot et blytungt hav. En sen oktoberaften under en himmellav.
Yeah.
Og dagen veldig stillhet gjennom det dype rom som smerte der har søket stig langsomt stolt og stum. En mørk uendelig lyngmark ned mot et blytungt hav. En sen oktoberaften under en himmellav. Og dagen veldig stillhet gjennom det dype rom som smerte der har sørget sig langsomt stolt og stum. En mørk uendelig lyngmark ned mot et blytungt hav. En sen oktoberaften under en himmellav. En mørk uendelig lyngmark ned mot et blytungt hav. En sen oktoberaften under en himmellav. Og
We are back here now. We have Dieter von Griefenberg, who is the Jarl of Sons of Fenrir. Hey, Dieter, how are you doing? We got to get your volume going here. There, let's say that again. Hey, Dieter, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. We had some fun technical learning on this one. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the people who are watching, helping us out a little along the way, because we do this in person usually. We don't do technology. Vikings and technology. I don't imagine that's a good combination, right?
Not really, no.
So, for a quick mention note to all of our audience members, if you have questions of any of the Viking stuff you just saw, or have anything you wanted to send off to Dieter to ask him questions, now's the time to put it up into the chat. I'll throw it at him. I'm going to start you off here. Dieter, do you have a stage name? I guess, is that what you call it, or your Viking name?
Yes, I actually portray a 10th century Swede who went east rather than going west. So a lot of my clothes are more Slavic inspired, and my Viking persona name is Valdemar Frithleifsson.
Whoa. I'm so glad that that you didn't tell me I needed to put that on there, because I'm pretty certain I'd have a tough time spelling that one.
I have a tough time spelling it, but...
You were telling me a little bit about even people having some challenges with your non-Viking name, Dieter. I guess Dieter or something? That's not, no, all of the no.
I sometimes get called Dieter when we go and get tables at restaurants, and I just laugh about it now.
So how did you get involved in the Sons of Fenrir?
Well, actually, I've only been involved with the Sons of Fenrir directly for about 2 years. Before that, I was about 5 or 6 years ago, I was involved with another organization called the Vikings of Vinland. And my journey in reenactment actually started about going on 19 years ago in Europe with a group called the Jomsvikings Vikings.
Ah, okay. So new to the Sons of Fenrir, but not new to Viking culture for that matter.
No, I actually did. I haven't finished my degree, but I've done about half a degree in early Scandinavian studies, so focusing on Viking Age history and culture.
Awesome. All right, so in that video that we just watched, which you and I had a conversation about, you didn't get a chance to see the video beforehand either, but you were involved in that. In fact, I think you won the fight against the long arms axe that was there. I think that was you that won that one. Yeah.
Yes.
So there was a shield wall that was being demonstrated there, and the question from Bill Windsor is, why were there two Vikings there that weren't wearing a helmet during that shield wall? Was there a specific purpose for that, or was it? Do they have to go through certain ranks before they can get a helmet? What kind of thing? Do you know why that would be?
Probably, honestly, due to the heat that day. We do try to normally wear helmets while fighting as a kind of a safety thing.
But if it gets too hot, and it's got to get hot in some of those tunics and the armor that you wear anyway.
My helmet is the one with the horse tail on it, and it weighs almost as much as my chain hauberk, so it gets a little warm.
Wow. All right. So, and we're going to talk about warm garb, I think, when we get to our Dragon Zone a little bit too, because they like to really expound on that a little bit. But you obviously have to have something that has kept you involved in this for the number of years that you've been involved. What's your favorite part of this whole thing?
The people. The groups I've been involved with have been great, but honestly, the people that come out to events and ask questions are why I keep doing this. The public that comes out generally is 100% fantastic every time.
Marvelous. I got another question here from the audience. The question that comes in from the audience is, how do you end up becoming the Jarl? Is there an election? Is there a battle winner? A challenge? Or is it much like many of the other politics that exist in the world? You show up.
All of the council positions, which we have 5 council positions currently within the Sons of Fenrir, are elected positions. So every year a new Jarl is elected and a new council is elected. Sometimes it ends up being the same council, but it is a process of election.
That's cool. That's awesome, and it means everybody gets a chance to get involved in that, which is nice. And I was looking at that field. It's obviously not Rosebud Valley, but you obviously have a place that you guys practice and meet up on a regular basis. Where do you usually do that?
The field in the video is actually out at a member's property. I honestly have no idea where it is. I'm fairly new to the Calgary area. We normally practice Sundays from 12 to 4 at the Military Museum in Calgary.
Cool. Sizzling Pizza Prince asks where you get the shields from.
Our shields are made by members. So everything is customized for personal use. And it's
awesome. Sorry, didn't mean to try. But so now, what are they made of specifically then when you're doing it?
I could actually grab a shield really quickly and show you right now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So while he's gone to get that, noticing some of the comments that have come up here about the cake. That cake that looks so darn delicious, flipped out of that pan perfectly as well. We had Bonnie the Breaker, myself, and I think there was Christy Thacker that was in there was talking about how delicious it would have been to experience. And one of the wonderful things about doing the in-person Days of Yore is you guys get to share the food you guys make. So, or at least we steal from you, or something along those lines. I maybe that's why you keep on battling me in the middle of the Grand Melee. Anywho. The shield, you got it.
Yep. So, the shield is made with 3/8 Baltic birch, and it's got a leather edge on it. Mine is actually covered with canvas. It's a little beat up. And then the only thing that we usually don't make is the shield boss. But you can buy those locally at Dark Age Creations. And it takes about 3-4 hours to make a shield.
3 to 4 hours. So you kind of need to make sure you have them in advance, because if the battle's coming, you don't have time to put one together.
No. You usually have...
Sorry, you usually have?
Multiples. I've got 2
Kelly Windsor... Sorry. This is fun. You know, the technology and the delay. This is so much fun. Okay. Kelly Windsor asks, what are you usually fighting over as Vikings? Or what were the Vikings fighting over? Was it land? Was it power? What was it that they were usually fighting over?
After the initial raids on Linden's Farm and monasteries in northern England, it became more of a settling and colonization. The Great Heathen Army went to England to get land.
And so land and probably some sort of might and resources that came out of that then too, I'm guessing.
Probably, yeah. That one is something that's debated. Eventually what would happen is the English would actually settle with the who they call Danes, Danish invaders, in what would become the Danelaw, which is primarily what was Northumbria in England, so northern England.
All right, I got 2 more questions for you. One from me, one from the audience. Our Scottish storyteller, Callum Lycan, he's asking, Dieter, how do you keep your hair so luscious in the Viking age?
Soap. Why soaps? Vikings were very well known for washing their hair and quite well groomed, particularly compared to their Anglo-Saxon and Scottish counterparts. Love you, Cal.
Ooh, I heard that throwdown. Nicely done. Well done. Hey, if other people wanted to get involved in the Sons of Fenrir, they seen what you've done in person, or they just watched this video and they're like, I definitely want to get involved in that. What should they do?
You can email me at jarl@sonsoffenrir.com. Find us on Facebook, Sons of Fenrir. Or just come down to the field Sunday between 12 and 4 at the Military Museum in Calgary.
Awesome. Well, thank you very, very much, Dieter, for jumping in with us for that short little interview that we had. Again, we're going to come back to Days of Yore in person next year, where everybody will get a chance to have big, full, deep conversations with everybody, a walk in through the Viking village and the whole works. So thank you very much for doing this with us today. Really appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
.5 CKFM and Rock 104, your source for everything local in Mountain View County. We bring you all the latest in local news, sports, and community events. From great music to chuck wagon races, the Olds Grizzlies and Mountain View Colts, we're your home for what's going on in your community. When you want to keep up to date with what's going on in your area, tune in to 96.5 CKFM and Rock 104, proudly serving Mountain View County since 2004.
Boring. I don't read books that are boring! Hey kids! Wait, no, definitely not kids. Hey folks, are you interested in historical fiction? Well, what could your next good read? The Saga of Eagles and Wolves, The Defenders of Dolphin. Set in 113 BC in Northern Europe, it tells the story of the Germanian people's fight for survival against seemingly unsurmountable odds. It goes into their lifestyle, the way they live their lives, the day-to-day, the functioning of their society. It covers tactics, and it contains graphic battlefield violence and coarse language. At sagaofeaglesandwolves.com, as well as our Facebook page, and we have a YouTube channel. Be sure to drop a like, and if you're interested, order the book on Amazon.ca or Amazon.com. I know you'll enjoy it.
All right, and don't forget to put in your hashtags for the door prizes that are available for the Days of Yore. They are the family pack that you can see up there right now for the Days of Yore, hashtag Days Yore in the Facebook or YouTube chat, or this shield pendant from the Sons of Fenrir, hashtag Sun Shield to go in for that one. And the $25 gift certificate to Dark Age Creations. Thank you to the Dragon's Own Medieval Combat Group for putting that in. And you get that one by typing in hashtag Dark Age. Just there you go. That's it right there. So make sure you put your entries in by putting those hashtags in right into the chat. We're going to shift our gears right now to our very next reenactment group, the Dragon's Own Medieval Combat Group.
Up is 1. Up with the other side is 2. Down is get with some 1, 2, 3, 4. That's why I think of it like it's a kayak motion, because when you're doing a kayak, you're kind of similar. So I'll get you practiced out a little bit. Once you get the numbering right, then you work on more. Tendency generally when we start is we use our arms. All arm. And as you start going, it's more your hip. So it's into it. Arm strength in fighting is very, very minimal. Or picture, right? Body and like that, or use. That's the same thing. everything gets generated from me. Or strike, just strike with my arm. If I use my whole body, I get this.
I wouldn't worry about that till you kill this.
Yeah, I know. I'm just.
Okay, so doing some basic cut drills. First is center line. Be along it to begin. Cuts we play are moving around the shield. So factoring that in, run through a series of cuts, grab an X and a cross shape. Touch all your sword angles come from there. So if I want to do combination, usually comes through along that line. Okay, so now that we've done your basic drills, just basic body movement outside of armor, going to be throwing armor on. So start from the legs, get our jacket on, get our chain on, get our plate, and the most important part, our surcoat. Do it. Part of your day when you wish you had your squire. Part of your day when you realize you gotten a bit bigger than your armor. So, fortunately, the coolest part is probably going to have to be left off. And I forgot my other belt. Alright, I'll go get that in a minute, but I'll throw the helmet on as a last Alright, now that we're geared up, I'm going to walk through those same cut combinations on the Pell, only this time in all the protective gear I'm supposed to be wearing in a fight.
You dare to challenge me? Huh. Bring it on then.
Alright, body indicated. Got a good fire pit here and some kindling. So after you're done doing the kindling, get you to take down a tree. Okay? Alright. Hey, what's that?
What are you doing around my fireplace?
Verdine, get out of the way!
This is my fireplace.
Go ahead. Wait! What the? Sheldon! What are you doing? No! You're not supposed to let him hit you!
I'm not trying to let him hit me. This guy's really good. I'm trying to kill this bastard.
No shield! Sheldon! Under his shield! Hey! Will you go away? Sheldon, what are you doing?
I'm really trying here, but I don't think I can beat him.
Cordine, go sort him out!
Yes, Ricker.
Cordine, what took you so long? I told you to get the fire started. All right, and joining me now is Jason Carmody of the Dragon Zone Medieval Combat Group. Thank you for joining. I appreciate you are looking way more comfortable than I feel at the moment.
it gets pretty comfy when you're getting up in the food chain.
So first question I get to ask you, if you have a stage name, I believe, right?
I did. I'm actually stepping away from that at the recommendation from some very close friends of mine who've been doing this for a long time.
Oh, okay. And so, what were you known as when you were on the battlefield?
When I first started, they used to call me Edward Fodder, the Black Sheep.
Oh wow, Edward Fodder. Oh my gosh, that just sounds like it's too easy to have fun with that name.
That was the point, though, is we wanted to have some fun with it.
So, for everybody who's on with us right now, again, you can do the same as you've done before, as you did with Dieter from the Sons of Fenrir. Send in all your questions by way of the chat on Facebook or on YouTube, and I will relay them to Jason. He can answer them to the best of his ability. If you throw him for a loop, he will vamp, just like he always does on the field anyway. So, my next question is, so you're moving away a little bit from certain positions. So how did you first get involved in the Dragon Zone?
I had a friend who looked at me one day. We were at a con and we bought these plastic swords. And he looked at me and he was like, "Would you like to sword fight?" And I was like, "Absolutely, I would." And so I trained with him. And he turned out to do a type of stage fighting, which really ended up not interesting me. And that person ended up introducing me to Dean in the Dragon Zone. And it's just been kind of where I belong ever since.
Awesome. The wonderment I had was how you also get a squire. What does it take to get a squire? Is it a recruitment thing? Somebody says, "I want to get involved in this," and then they end up following you around for a while, or?
Everybody starts off in DO as a squire because all of our people that come on are too old to be pages, which would actually be your entry point. And so they learn the basic fights. They learn how camp works, and we integrate them into our family. Squires get beat on a lot more, and until they start learning, and they have to meet certain requirements before becoming a knight, and some of us take longer than others to meet those requirements.
Well, and so I'm going to guess you have a number of people involved in Dragon Zone. How many people do you have in the group right now?
After COVID, I can't give you a solid number, but before COVID, we had between 15 and 20 people.
Oh, wow. So, and of course, COVID changes everything, but that's still a good chunk of people. And how many, now, what I remember is about 5 or 6 people were the knights who were usually involved in the melees and such. Meaning that there's a lot of people involved in helping you guys out in camp and such too, right?
We have some people who like to camp and like the video you just watched said. We have something for everybody. If you want to come and do camp life, we love those people too. If you want to come and learn how to fight, we'll teach you that. If you just want to come and look pretty, we want you to.
Well, and I imagine that you could probably, you could use a little bit of the eye candy after you have a whole bunch of people getting out of their armor all sweaty and drippy.
A little bit. I mean, it all depends. Some people like that. Some people are like, "Oh, I like the pretty dresses." Some people are like, "Ooh, the cool armor. Forget the people."
Question comes from Sizzling Pizza Prince. Kind of part of what we've already talked about, how you started doing this, but kind of leaning into that a bit. How would a person get involved in the Dragon Zone if they wanted to?
You would contact us through our website. I believe we have email access there. Or you can come out to the military museums in Calgary on Sundays. It's where we have most of our practice, as long as the weather's nice. And visit us there, and we'll get you started.
Beautiful. Okay, so question coming in. Bill Windsor asks, would Sheldon stabbing the opponent in the back be a thing that would happen in one-on-one battles back then on a regular basis?
Depends on how good your opponent is. I mean, you watch any historical movie that takes itself as seriously as they should, and there's not a whole lot of backstabbing. Most people aren't that poorly educated in the way of fighting if you were a fighter. However, it did happen quite a lot. I mean, kings were assassinated, knights and lords and barons were stabbed in the back, and a lot of people died poorly that way.
I think that's the only way that this bard has actually ever been successful in a grand melee anyway, is to stab somebody in the back with Sachs, I think. Something along those lines. Hey, the other one I have is, what is your favorite part of doing all of this? Whether it's the live shows or it's on your weekend excursions, what is your favorite part?
The learning, as some people I'm sure won't appreciate that one, but I mean, to do this, I've had to become a martial artist. I've had to become, I've had to learn about sewing. I've had to learn about leatherworking. I've had to learn about woodworking. I've had to learn about metalsmithing, and I will never stop learning about how to do this better. And I love it to death.
That's awesome. And, we love seeing you guys out at all of our shows. We just want to say thank you very much for jumping in here. I got some comments coming in. Jason needs competition looking pretty, apparently. That was a comment from Bonnie the Breaker. And Bonnie's also, if you wanted to, Bonnie, you could also throw into the chat the link to the website. That would be very helpful for those who want to check that out. Here's one more question. My wife wants to know if there's any ladies like Queen Guinevere in the Dragon Zone.
We have a number of ladies. Some have unfortunately moved away, and some have stepped away for education. But I hear they're coming back. They come in and they come out, and like a lot of us, depending on how life goes, they're transient. But we do have a place for you, and we love to have you in camp. All
right, so that's a heads up to the ladies out there. If it sounds to me like there's a job opening, just saying. So thank you again, Jason, for jumping in with us for the short little interview. Normally we will have people in person with you, having a chance to hang out with you at your tents, which are very much they're actually rather iconic Crusader type tents that you guys stay in at the Days of Yore. And so it's kind of nice to be able to have that one-on-one interaction. But I thank you very much for doing the best, joining us so that we could provide the closest version of that as we possibly could during this live show. So thank you again.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
So when I attended my first convention in cosplay, it was Otafest 2009. And I was really taken in by all of the other cosplayers. They were incredible, like super talented, the different projects were detailed, super big builds. And my first thought was, I want to do that. Unfortunately, the downside from getting all this inspiration from these amazing cosplayers was I needed to pick a project. I really struggled with that because all of the projects that I was drawn to were either super huge or very complicated. So a project that was a little too ambitious for maybe a novice starting out. The other thing was I was so excited to do these projects, but I psyched myself out. I didn't know how to start. I didn't know where to find the answers. And by the time I would get around to doing it, like months or years had passed. And at that point, I just didn't have the motivation at all. Now, I've since then found work as a props and sculpture artist for Street Characters, the local mascot company in the area. And I found myself working with EVA foam and thermoplastics, using different kinds of tools and techniques, which has really boosted my experience level as well as my confidence. So now I'm able to take those and apply it to those dream projects that I always dreamed about doing. My name is Emma, and here at Cosplay Skill Tree, we're going to teach you all those skills and get your cosplay to the next level.
.5 CKFM and Rock 104, your source for everything local in Mountain View County. We bring you all the latest in local news, sports, and community events. From great music to chuck wagon races, the Olds Grizzlies and Mountain View Colts, we're your home for what's going on in your community. When you want to keep up to date with what's going on in your area, tune in to 96.5 CKFM and Rock 104, proudly serving Mountain View County since 2004.
Technology. I love technology. I love it. I love it. There we go. Okay, we're going to try that all again. So you see that lovely shield there? That is the Sons of Fenrir Vikings entry for the prizes. That is a shield pendant available by way of entering in for it, hashtag Sons Shield in the Facebook or the YouTube chat. The other thing that you can enter in is that $25 gift certificate to Dark Age Creations, and that is provided by Dragon's Own Regiment. And you can enter for that one by typing in hashtag Dark Age. Or you can go to the 2022 Days of Yore in person in Rosebud Valley by way of entering for the Family Pass, which is going to be 2 adults, 2 children. Hashtag Days Yore to be able to get that one. So make sure you put those into the chats if you haven't already done so. That way you can get some prizes out of all of this as well. Last thing to mention, please don't forget to consider donating to the Days of Yore. We don't have ticket sales this year. We don't have lots of sponsorships this year either. In fact, the sponsors that you have seen are those who have helped us out with the 2019 Days of Yore. Yes, 2019 Days of Yore. And so we do want to make sure that we get some income so that we can make this thing happen every year. Right. So the way you can do that, you can see it at the top there, bit.ly/donate DOY, donate Days of Yore. That's the best way to do it. So thank you guys very much for all of your support. We are going to shift our gears now to a new participant in the Days of Yore, Callum Lycan, a storyteller who will be sharing with us apparently the Battle of Bannockburn.
Hello, viewers. My name's Callum Lycan, a Scottish storyteller now living in Calgary. And I've been invited along to tell you a wee tale in keeping with the event today. And the one thought that I had would be, I'll tell you about the most magnificent and splendid event in Scottish history. It happened in 1314, and it was the Battle of Bannockburn. Now, if you're unfamiliar with the time period, it was all during the Wars of Independence in Scotland. The key players, you may be familiar with some of the names. William Wallace, he's not part of this tale. You do have Robert the Bruce, and of course Edward Longshanks, the Hammer of the Scots. Pretty much tells you everything you need to know about that fellow. Well, the Wars of Independence were a turbulent time in Scottish history, and it basically revolved around 2 families, the Bruces and the Comwins. And they had been at loggerheads for years after the throne, after the crown of Scotland. Fights, battles, miscommunications, it was all kicking off in Scotland. But eventually, the Comwins and the Bruces got together and decided to have a meeting. Robert the Bruce and John Comwin gathered in a little secret meeting at a place called Greyfriars Kirkyard in Dumfries. And there, they sat down and hashed it out. And at the end, they came to an agreement, a rather surprising one for families that had been feuding for years. Robert the Bruce could take the crown of Scotland. The Comwins would step back. Well, the Bruce was delighted. With all these years they'd been trying to be the king, he'd never expected it to happen so easily. So the agreement was made and everything was perfect. But little did the Bruce know that treachery was afoot. Shortly after this meeting, he was called down to Longshanks' court not an unusual thing. The nobles of Scotland and England basically had land on both sides. They had to serve Longshanks at this time period. The Bruces had many an estate in England, so to be called to the court for meetings was not unusual. So the Bruce, of course, dutifully heads down to London. And he's about to enter the court when something happens. From the shadows, someone steps out and hands him a package. The Bruce opens it and his eyes go wide, for in the package is some gold coins and a set of stirrups. Now to us, this may be an unusual package, but to the Bruce, he knew exactly what he meant. It meant he had been betrayed. This message was simply buy a horse and ride. Get out of here. And that is what the Bruce did. He bought a horse and he rode back to Scotland as fast as he could. He was furious because he knew that he'd been betrayed, that it'd all been a trick and the Comwins were behind it. Well, he called a meeting with the Comwins again in the same location, Greyfriars Kirkyard. And once more they met, and at first it was a very happy meeting. You know, there was no signs that the Bruce knew anything. The Comwin was sitting there quite happy until the Bruce rounded on him. Why did you betray me? And at this, the Comwin knew he had been discovered. Leaping to his feet, he drew his sword. And now, in the kirkyard, a great duel was fought. The results of this duel was Robert the Bruce standing over the bloodied and battered body of John Combe. The Bruce was happy. He had had his revenge, but now reality sinks in. He had just killed a man on sacred ground. A crime unforgivable by all. And now the Bruce realises that he will be excommunicated once this is discovered, meaning that his claim to the throne will become even more challenged. So the Bruce does the one thing that he can do. He gets his men and he rides to Scone Palace. He rides to the palace, sits upon the stone, and is crowned the King of the Scots. Robert the Bruce has finally achieved his goal, and he is delighted. Now, at this point, you would think that life would be easy. Courts, food, wine, festivities, but not for the Bruce. You see, the Longshanks would know. And Longshanks was a brutal and vicious man. And of course, he had taken rule of Scotland for many years, so he wasn't going to let anything challenge his throne. So, of course, the Bruce had to go into hiding, knowing now that he was a fugitive. Longshanks sent men after him. Some of the Scots were after him. So for many years, the Bruce was in hiding in the heather, heading to the islands, seeking shelter and slowly recruiting men. Bit by bit, he built a small army until he was able to start mounting attacks. And when he got a small army put together and started his campaign, he would slowly take castle and keep back from the English. But he was a smart tactician. You see, the Scots weren't big armies. We weren't well equipped. We never were. So it was a kind of guerrilla warfare, skirmishes, attack, retreat, attack, retreat. And of course, when he took a keep or a castle, he realised that the only way to hold those places was not to hold them. You know, we couldn't have the force to leave behind a garrison. So what the Bruce would do is he would make the castles unlivable. He would have his men destroy them, dismantle them. Hence the reason in Scotland you find a rather lot of organised stones where castles once were. But the Bruce continued his campaign throughout Scotland, taking castles through cunning and ruse. Perth, he waded through the moat with his men and scaled the walls. In some of the castles, he had to use great tactics like dressing his men as cows, draping great cowhides over them, and slowly in the night creeping towards the castle walls and mounting a surprise attack. Eventually, he had taken all the castles but two: Edinburgh Castle and Stirling Castle. Stirling being the capital of Scotland at this point and the gateway to the north. It truly was the most important castle. So he sent his brother to Stirling to deal with taking that castle. Now, before we get to Stirling, I always like to mention Edinburgh Castle's kind of taking. I love the way that we took Edinburgh Castle. It's a beautiful wee tale. It's a love story, so to speak. You see, if you've ever been to Edinburgh, our castle is mounted in a great piece of volcanic plug. It's sheer walls to scale. There's only one access in and out through Castle Hill. Very hard castle to take. Unless you discover the one soldier that had worked there for years that had a sweetheart in the grass market below the castle, who had discovered a kind of natural walkway down the side of the castle walls, these great volcanic plug section, where he had nightly snuck out to go meet his sweetheart and then scaled back in the castle before anyone discovered. And this is how we took Edinburgh Castle. Armoured men. Mounted would be very difficult. Armoured men clambering up this stairwell, this natural rock stairwell, trying to be quiet, sneaking over the wall and catching the garrison in Edinburgh unawares. So Edinburgh Castle was taken by the Bruce's men, but it was taken through an act of love, one could say. But let's get to Stirling, the main show. For months, Edward the Bruce, Robert's brother, had been trying to take Stirling, but to no avail. Eventually, he comes up with a cunning plan, and he approaches the commander of the castle and says, I have a proposition. We're at stalemate here. You guys are running out of supplies. Everything's going wrong. So we will stop harrying you under these conditions. If you can get an army up to Edinburgh Castle, an English army to, Stirling Castle, within a year, we will step away and let you keep the castle. But if no English force arrives within that year, you need to leave the castle and hand it over to the Scots. And both men agreed on this, thinking this was a great resolution to the problem. But the one person who did not agree with this was Robert the Bruce. He was furious. He absolutely went mad at his brother. He could not believe the stupidity of his brother, so much so he didn't even want him around. He shipped him off to Ireland to fight wars over there. Some historians actually believe he was sent to Ireland to fight the wars over there with the intention of hopefully being killed off, because the Bruce didn't want to deal with him himself. And the reason is this. The Bruce knew that the Scots couldn't compete against the might of the full English army. Mounted cavalry was the strength of the English. We didn't have any kind of mounted cavalry. We were foot soldiers, archers. We were very ill-equipped. And basically, as we know from history and battles of past, the cavalry would just ride over any of the infantry. And this is what Edward the Bruce had allowed. He'd allowed the English the excuse to come up. So now Robert was furious, but he knew he had a battle to prepare for. And he prepared for the Battle of Bannockburn. He was a clever tactician. He set up camp in the woods. He had his army with the back to the woods. Basically, the intention was to flee. You know, even before the battle, the night before the battles, he was still intending a potential retreat. He got his men to set booby traps, pitfalls and everything in the battlefield to try and combat the heavy cavalry. He worked hard at drilling his men, making sure they were ready for this battle. And then he had word that luck was on his side. A little bit of fate had happened. Edward the Longshanks had died. The great hammer of the Scots had passed away, leaving his son, Edward II, who, by all accounts, was... How do I put this politely, ladies and gentlemen? He was useless. That's it, he was useless. Tactically, he had no clue. By the time that he got to Bannockburn, the English army was almost in civil war. He had basically favoured a lot of his courtiers, etc., and put them in positions of power, meaning that some of the real military knowledgeable men were standing in the wayside wondering what was happening. They'd been replaced. Edward II, he'd charged the English army up through England into Scotland, so they were rather tired by the time they even arrived at Bannockburn. But the Bruce only knew part of this, that the Longshanks was dead, and that was a piece of luck, a stroke of luck for the Bruce. But still, he's thinking, retreat is always an option. We cannot potentially fight against the English. But he also was working on a new tactic, a thing known as the Shiltron. If you're unfamiliar with that, if you have seen that historically accurate, I can't even say that with a straight face, that terrible movie Braveheart, where they had the trees and they put them up and they killed the horses, well, that was the beginning of it. The Shiltron basically was a porcupine of humans with big, long spikes. And the idea was they would basically be able to manoeuvre around the battlefield in this sort of circular motion and combat any of the cavalry. Well, this was what they'd been working on. And then they got word that the English were close. The Scots now were preparing for the Battle of Bannockburn. But some will tell you that Bannockburn was actually won, I think it was the 24th of June, 1314. But actually, a lot of the stories tell us that the battle was kind of won on the 23rd of June, before the even major conflict happened. And it goes a bit like this. Robert the Bruce had to get his men inspired. So he was riding back and forth in front of his troops on a palfrey. Or a pony. We didn't even have war horses, we had ponies. He was in a leather jerkin, he had a little single-handed axe at his side, and his job that day was just to inspire his men. You know, none of these, you have taken our line. I can't even remember Braveheart quotes, folks, I'm really sorry, that's terrible. But basically, he was riding back and forth, you know, giving it, we're going to crush the English. And of course, the Scottish army would be inspired. They'd be roaring and bellowing with joy. We're going to, I'll keep this clean. Keep this clean today, folks, because it's a family show. We're going to steal their pack lunches so that they charge into battle starving. And the Scots would be like, yes, this is great. Robert the Bruce would be riding back and forth. Oh, what now? We're going to steal their underwear so they're as cold as us Scots. And the Scottish army would just be wild with enthusiasm. And the Bruce was getting them worked up into a battle frenzy, hoping that their strength and that your determination and courage would hold. But the Bruce apparently got a wee bit excited about this, and he actually didn't notice that he was drifting away from his men as he was trying to inspire them. And just at that moment, coming through the Tor woods was a contingency of English knights. You see, they'd had enough of the nonsense of Edward II. The tactics he was planning, the way he'd commanded the army, they were just done. And they had decided, well, if we can get a garrison, a relief to the garrison before the year's done, the Scots have to retreat. There'll be no battle. And this was their plan. They just wanted to get to the castle, relieve the garrison. And basically, that was it. No battle would need to happen. By honour, the Scots would retreat. So they were charging towards that castle, hoping to just avoid all this nonsense that Edward was creating back at the camp. But as they came out those woods, one of them noticed this single solitary rider, and he couldn't help but register who it was. It was none other than the King of the Scots, Robert the Bruce. Well, he couldn't miss this opportunity at all. He could not pass this up. He dropped his visor, tilted his lance, kicked the flanks of his horse, and started to charge. And these great war horses could pick up tremendous speed over a battlefield. That is how they managed to plough through men and armies. It started to pick up pace, charging, galloping towards the Bruce. The Scottish army would have seen this and they would have been in panic, roaring and bellowing at their king to return to the safety of them. But the Bruce did nothing of the sort. He turned his palfrey and he looked at this great knight charging towards him. And the Bruce just sat in his saddle and stared. The knight De Bowen is his name, was charging towards the Bruce on his horse. He is thinking he is the luckiest man alive. This is it. This is wealth and riches and fame and glory all in one. All he needs to do is kill this man and it's all over. The Scottish army, they'd be in a frenzy trying to run to their king, panicking and screaming, begging him to return to them. Bruce just sat there. He sat there and did nothing. Had he given up? Had he just decided that this is the only way? My death will save all the slaughter that's about to happen? De Bowen cared not a jot for this. As his horse is getting closer and closer, the lances aiming towards the Bruce's heart. He's now thinking about, land, titles, wealth, fortune. He knows that a direct hit will tear the Bruce asunder. The Scots are charging, screaming, huffing and puffing away as they try to get to their king, and the Bruce just sits there, staring down death as it gallops towards him, as it gets closer and closer and closer. De Bowen is now targeting the heart. He knows it is all over. Victory and glory is his. The Scots are now screaming because they know it's over, and the Bruce just sits there. And right up until the moment the lance is about to hit him, targeting his heart, the Bruce sits there, and then, as it's a hair's breadth away from impact, he kicks the flanks of his pony and it steps to the side. He rises up in his stirrups, pulling out his single-handed axe, and as De Bowen's lance glances by and the night rides on, the Bruce brings his axe crashing down on the helm of De Bowen, splitting helm and skull in twain. The lifeless body of the knight clattered to the earth before he even knew he was dead. The cheers that filled the heavens of the Scots, realising that their king had just killed a knight, an equivalent in modern times of a tank. They were roaring and bellowing and cheering away, realising what their king had done. And the Bruce simply wheeled his palfrey round, slowly cantered back to his army. Now, Robert the Bruce held in a very open court, and his men were very allowed to say anything to him. And I'm telling you, he got his lugs reddened that night. His men were furious at him, reckless, careless. How could he do that? And Robert the Bruce, well, he took it. He took it with grace and dignity because he knew it had been a very reckless act. But as he was walking back to his tent after all the discussions had happened, he turned to his men as he realised one thing. And the one thing is about the only quote that comes out of the battle from Robert the Bruce. As Robert the Bruce looked down at his hand and realised for the first time that he was still actually clutching the broken handle of his axe, the only thing that he's quoted to have said that day as he looked down with a very sad face was, "I've broken my best axe." Legendary words, ladies and gentlemen, from a legendary king and a legendary battle. Forget your Clint Eastwood or Sylvester Stallone quotes. I've broken my best axe. Well, Robert the Bruce and his army went on the next day to win the Battle of Bannockburn. By all accounts, it was an absolute rout. You see, word had spread to the English camp that Robert the Bruce had killed De Bowen, had killed this knight with an axe, and of course, word had spread that the Scots must be using witchcraft or magic. Many an English soldier actually abandoned post and fled overnight, and the Scots stepped out onto the battlefield, The next morning, with an English army in disarray, they marched forward. The Schiltron was met by the cavalry, and the cavalry was skewered and pierced. The Scots kept marching and advancing, pushing the cavalry back into the archers back into the infantry. Many a man was crushed until they all hit the burn, the Bannock burn, the ravine where the wee bit of water runs through. Many a man tumbled and fell into it, and the Scots advanced, hacking and slashing and slaughtering the English. It was said by the end of the day that you could walk dry shod across the burn. It was so filled with bodies. The Battle of Bannockburn was won. I need to also add that Edward II had fled halfway through the day, fearing for his life, and the Scots chased him and the English all the way back down to the borders, slaughtering and slaying, hundreds of years of persecution being vented in one battle. Battle of Bannockburn was won, the greatest battle of all time. But it still didn't cement Robert the Bruce as the king. Edward II refused to acknowledge it. In fact, it was Edward's son who finally acknowledged Robert the Bruce as the rightful king of the Scots. And I'd love to say that Scotland saw many years of peace and tranquility from that time on. But it's not the case. Those were turbulent times, those were angry, aggressive time periods, and Scotland has always had a wee bit of a problem, that we're ready to fight each other before we'll fight other people. So sadly, infighting, fighting against enemies has happened in Scotland's history throughout time. But those, ladies and gentlemen, as they say, are stories for another time. Thank you very much.
I'm Bruce. I'm Pat. We are Midgard Blades and Leatherworks.
We specialize in authentic Northern European replica weapons using local blacksmiths and the finest quality natural materials such as leather, wood, and rawhides.
We can design and produce fully functional weapons to your specifications.
We can also enhance any previously purchased items you may have.
At Midgard, we can produce leather products for any purpose you might have, such as biker gear, horse tack, cases.
We can be contacted for consultation on our Facebook page, Midgard Blades and Leatherworks. Check us out, give us a like, and follow us.
So before you set out a Viking or on your next pillaging raid, contact us to ensure you are properly equipped.
Well, thank you again, Callum, for sharing that story of the Battle of Bannockburn. Of course, some interesting comments that come in as the story carries on. You are, of course, welcome to send in any comments or thoughts that you have along. Hit the like buttons, hit the wows and the smiles and all of the things that, even in the middle of the production, because that's how our reenactors know that you're appreciating what they're doing. Normally, we would say, hey, by the way, if you cheer and clap in person, that's how they know that they're doing a good job. This time, it's going to be those buttons that does that. We have our next group coming up, the Guns of the Golden West. This is the first time they've ever been involved in the Days of Yore, and so we are very pleased to introduce this new group to us, the Guns of the Golden West.
Thank you very much. Time each one today. You're taking my money. Yeah, you know what? I mean, this town is just getting to the point where we've had to increase everything. I think it's cleared it out. There's nothing left here. Yeah, we can out of here. Go somewhere else. I think so. I think there's this village called Edmonton. I think that is up north there, about 5 days ride from here. They got this gold mine, gold thing. There's some. I hear they have a game or two there as well. And they don't play that well, so they lose a lot. Well, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. You bet. Here. Click up. Let's get it, Yore. Well, you're gonna go take and go to the livery stable and you're gonna get the horses. Miss Kitty and I gotta go to the hotel and get a few of our things there, okay?
Okay. We'll meet you up there then. We'll meet you in Edmonton, okay?
You betcha. See you in Edmonton.
All the friends of the Guns of the Golden West, we do hope all this finds you well and yours. So, a bit of humor to give you a giggle wherever you feast your gaze upon this. We hope that you get some smiles out of this with all that it is intended to do, despite the horrific times that we are going through. Attached is the teaser, the first of a series of 6, the photo shoot that was done with Kelly, Outlaw Annie, and Bob, Black Bart. So here goes. Annie and Bart were suffering a little cabin fever during the pandemic. Prior to the world shutting down, Annie thought Bart smoked too much and, well, don't get him started on her drinking. Apparently, Bart smelled worse than the odor of the burning barrel at the back of the ranch house. And that was still taking into account that he had his semi-annual bath. Bart countered that her breath was like walking into their distillery shed all day long. Well then, as you can see from this photo, the pandemic took care of that. No more smoking and no more drinking. They were heading for counseling. No need anymore. Bart is still scratching his head on the romance side of things though. Notice how they're socially distancing though. 6 feet, boots apart. Enjoy. Gosh dang it. Looks like Black Bart and Outlaw Annie had their physical distancing thing all figured out. But then they wouldn't let them take the dang horse into the coffee shop. Damn. So they just took their saddle in instead. Achieved the same result. Bart was a tad put off when Annie offered that he could take the place of the mighty steed, because she reckoned he was always kind of a horse's ass. Well, Bart took exception to Annie's trash talking. Looks like the relationship was doomed from the get-go. He drinks Starbucks and she's a Timmy's girl. Well, I guess there won't be any snuggling by the campfire tonight. Hope you get a smile from our shenanigans. Well now, we have unleashed the pandemic duo, Outlaw Annie and Black Bart. I warned you. Hope you have a laugh about this. Annie and Bart were meeting up for coffee. Annie kind of stomped all over Bart's courting attempts. You see, Bart always had a hankering for Annie, but it appears he didn't measure up. Apparently, size does matter. You do realize it is the trucks I'm talking about, right? Nah. Seems Bart and Annie have just resigned themselves to waiting out the pandemic. Bart had an idea about how to wait out the pandemic, but seeing as he hadn't had his semi-annual bath, apparently Annie said a hard no to that idea. So, cards it is. Socially distanced. 6 feet, boots apart, of course. But Bart fancied himself quite the gambler and figured a few hands of 5-card draw would surely result in a little romancing. But Annie, she was on to his schemes, so go fish it is. Dang it. Got any 3s?
I've been chasing down this dream for as long as I've known. Sometimes I get to thinking that my life might be wrong. I wonder what kind of man I'd be if I hadn't moved away from my hometown and my folks. Wonder what I feel like today. All this here thinking's enough to drive a man insane, but my mind has always been like the sky before the rain. It gets so twisted up sometimes it's hard to catch your breath. The fact that you do wasn't a punk or a hippie, I was somewhere in between. Now that I'm writing country songs, don't know if it's really me. All this here thinking's enough to drive a man insane. But my mind has always been just like the sky before the rain. It's so twisted up sometimes it's hard to catch your breath. If I keep doing this, I might think myself to death. I've been waiting for a sign like a burning flash of light. Anything to let me know that the life I'm living's right. Might start going to church again. Maybe I'll just pray. Buy some crystals, meditate on a whole bunch of sage. All this here thinking's enough to drive a man insane. My mind has always been just like the sky before the rain. I get so twisted up sometimes it's hard to catch a breath.
Well, say, well, Annie, it looks like the 2021 Days of Yore ain't going to be held this year.
No, apparently they're doing it on something called YouTube.
You what?
I don't know, something on this thing called the internet.
Internet.
And now all the people up there can see us.
But Annie, there ain't nobody up there.
Well, apparently they're seeing us virtually on this internet thing.
I'll be darned. Just us?
Well, no, because who are we? We're Guns of Gold Blast.
Right. Well, son of a gun. Like, if you bring some of your friends with us so we can show them a little bit of what we
Well,
do.
I see a few of my friends. I don't know. Those must be yours.
For goodness sakes, that one's kind of ugly, so he must be from your family.
Hey, who are you talking?
Well, just a minute now. You better be able.
I can't hear anything over here.
Hey, who are you ugly bugger? What are you? You're an ugly bugger. You related to this one. No, I have your last night. You can have it back.
All right, and we are back into our studio here. This time joining me in the studio is Kellyanne McLean, Outlaw Annie, as I understand it. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Awesome. So we have, of course, all of our people online. If you have any questions of the Guns of Golden West, this is the first time they've ever been involved with the Days of Yore. So I imagine there could be quite a host of questions coming your way in just a few moments. But I'm going to kick everybody off, and I want to know how you got involved in the Guns and the Golden West in the first place.
Well, it started about 6 years ago. I got joined with the group. I actually saw them at a trade show. I think it was the Boat and Sportsman show in the spring, and that down at the BMO Center in Calgary. I saw them. I saw the outfits. I've always been fascinated with Old West, and yeah, it just stemmed from there. I've done just about every position in the executive now.
Oh wow! So you're right up in there, and you're one of the decision makers then.
Nah, not anymore. I'm too busy with children and a company.
Oh, there you go. Does the family come out with you very often?
Quite often. Everybody from the 4-year-old to the 12-year-old, they've all got outfits. My husband has out his kits.
Awesome.
We're a family group. We allow everybody to go out and have fun.
So now you're a family group, but currently it's just you because everybody else is doing something else at the moment right now too, right?
Currently, actually, my husband, and which is his name is Backwards Kid.
All right.
And then my daughter, my 12-year-old, they are currently out at Aspen Crossing robbing a train, which should be departing the station any minute.
Oh wow! So and this is something that you guys have done for a while, is my understanding.
We started with Aspen Crossing 5-6 years ago.
Oh wow! So yeah, then it was definitely you guys who robbed me when I went out there.
Yep.
All right,
we enjoy it.
Mentally noting. We have a question from Bill Windsor. Guns wants he wants to know if Guns is going to when you guys come out to Days of Yore in 2022, if you're going to get a chance to bring out your spiffy stagecoach.
Ooh, I think we could probably make that happen.
You will have just made his day. I'm certain of it.
Everybody loves our stagecoach.
So you've been involved in this then for 6 years.
Yes, I have.
And you've been building up your arsenal of materials, including the stagecoach, I'm guessing.
Correct, yes. We also have our cannon.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we have our cannon, which coincidentally we actually was returned to us by CPS because it was actually stolen. And they found it as a piece in somebody's living room.
Okay. You know, and everybody loves the culture, so I can only understand just a little bit about how, you know, if you are really, really interested in getting involved in these kinds of things, you might find your own unique ways of doing it, but there are better ways. So if somebody actually wanted to get involved in the Guns of the Golden West, how would they do it?
When we're out at any event, you can approach any of our members. And that we always have new members joining, so if they can't answer you, they will point you in the right direction, whether it be towards myself, Outlaw Annie, or Black Bart. We have loads of other members. We have the Duke. We have the Preacher. And sometimes he's also the Undertaker. And
okay, fair enough.
We also have a website, gunsofthegoldenwest.com.
Marvelous. And
we're on Facebook and Instagram, if I'm correct.
Wow. Okay, so for all of those people who are, you know, tech savvy, cool. That's not usually there for reenactment groups, I guess. So that I'm cool with that. So the other one that I have is, you said you've got lots of people involved. How many?
We currently have roughly about 50 members.
Oh wow, that's a good chunk of people. That's fantastic.
Yeah, and that only includes the ones that are allowed to shoot. Because with us having restricted firearms, and we use real guns, everybody in our club, we've all got our ATT, our club ATT that we use, but we also have our restricted firearms license, a restricted PAL. You have to in order to do it.
That's
they're
good.
Real guns.
Well, and I'm assuming they're real guns, but you're also shooting blanks.
it's really hard keeping members when we were using live rounds.
I figured it's hard to keep bards around for that too. When do you guys usually do you practice on a regular basis? Do you have Aspen Crossing must be a place that you guys do a lot of work.
Yeah, we do it pretty much every weekend. Normally we don't do long weekends, but this weekend we were asked to. We didn't have anything else on our plate because due to COVID, it's all been a little bit slower. Like we've played down in Colorado. Like we've done shows in Colorado. We were asked last year to go actually to the United Arab Emirates.
Oh, wow.
They wanted us to do a month-long show there, but that just wasn't possible.
Oh my goodness, that would be a heck of a commitment. That's fantastic. And you're going to be at Days of Yore next year.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait.
That's
I'll
you know what?
be able
Honestly,
to do a lot of my Annie Oakley skits because I'm pretty good with a rifle.
oh, that's awesome. And you know, it's really cool. For those of you who haven't been to the Days of Yore, we get to scroll through the ages. So you start off in like the 800 AD, or whatever the proper term is for it now. 800 with the Sons of Fenrir Vikings. What's the time period, generally speaking, that you guys are covering?
Usually around the 1860s. We have been known to do a little bit of the Roaring 20s.
Okay.
And that we Black Bart and myself do a Bonnie and Clyde skit.
Oh, awesome. Okay. And so what's your favorite part of doing all of these when it comes to the live and in-person shows? What's your favorite part of the live stuff?
We get to be somebody we get to be somebody another time and enjoy ourselves. Like I just love it. There isn't one point of it that I can't say that I don't love.
So you get a chance to kind of step out of yourself and be somebody else for a little bit.
Exactly. When can you say you can go and rob a tree? At least nowadays.
That, you know what? I can tell you exactly when I can go and be robbed on a train, I guess.
Yes, we can absolutely tell you that one. We're actually, tomorrow we'll be at Aspen Crossing robbing the train again, and if I'm correct, it is a luncheon.
Oh, there you go. So I better make sure that I have lots of coin if I were to go and make sure that I'm also well fed before you steal my food off my plate.
Yeah, some of the members may try to do that. Last night I was trying to steal lemon meringue pie.
Oh, I would too. Okay, fair enough. Hey, I'm going to have my lovely long list of questions. You said that you have around 50 people involved, and you've been doing this for about 6 years. So when you come to Days of Yore, what are we expecting to see when you guys come out? We've kind of got the stagecoach now.
Yeah, well, the biggest thing is we can't give away the surprise.
Oh, you're going to keep me in the dark, are you? Okay,
Yeah,
fine.
well,
I'll come up with something.
We're an improv group, but trust me, we can go on the fly pretty easy.
Oh, there you go. The improv group. Ain't that the truth? The wonderful thing is that we haven't had you guys come out to us in previous years. And the challenge being that, of course, we don't have a lot of opportunity to do the one-on-one interaction like you get a chance to do with people when they come to the show. And
Correct.
So we do appreciate you doing this live interview with us nonetheless. It makes a really big difference for us to connect. And
Absolutely.
even if we can't do it in person and we have to deal with, internet lags and things like that. But we definitely appreciate that you've done this for us. So thank you very much.
Had a blast doing it, and I can't wait to maybe get a few new members out of this and see everybody at Days of Yore next year.
Oh, yes, that would be fantastic. Oh, man. And, you guys had the bandanas, so they kind of looked like they were in form and not completely anachronistic. But it's going to be nice to see people's faces all together in that Rosebud Valley with you. So, I'm kind of excited to see you. What was his name? Black Bart?
Black Bart?
Yeah, okay. I'm rooting for you. I'm just saying that right now. Okay, don't tell Bart. I'm rooting for you.
Oh, trust me, I look a lot better in a corset than he does.
I'm sure. Okay, I'm not prepared for that one. I don't know where to go with that either. So with that, thank you very much, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Get a chance to rob some trains, and thanks again for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Wait, no, definitely not kids. Hey folks, are you interested in historical fiction? Well, look at your next good read. The Saga of Eagles and Wolves, The Defenders of Dolphin. Set in 113 BC in Northern Europe, it tells the story of the Germanian people's fight for survival against seemingly unsurmountable odds. It goes into their lifestyle, the way they live their lives, the day-to-day, the functioning of their society. It covers tactics, and it contains graphic battlefield violence and coarse language. Check out our website at sagaofeaglesandwolves.com, as well as our Facebook page, and we have a YouTube channel. Be sure to drop a like, and if you're interested, order the book on Amazon.ca or Amazon.com. I know you'll enjoy it.
.5 CKFM and Rock 104, your source for everything local in Mountain View County. We bring you all the latest in local news, sports, and community events. From great music to chuck wagon races, the Olds Grizzlies and Mountain View Colts, we're your home for what's going on in your community. When you want to keep up to date with what's going on in your area, tune in to 96.5 CKFM and Rock 104, proudly serving Mountain View County since 2004.
Don't forget to go into the chat and put in some hashtags to get yourselves entered in for a door prize. This, like the one that you see here, the Sons of Fenrir Vikings have put in a shield pendant. Type in hashtag Sons Shield for that. You only need to do it once. Once you've put it in, then you're automatically entered for the draw. Same thing goes for the $25 gift certificate to Dark Age Creations. Thanks to the Dragon's own Medieval Combat Group for putting that one in. Hashtag Dark Age to be able to get that one. Or the Family Pass, 2 adults, 2 children, for Days of Yore 2022. And you can enter for that one at hashtag Days Yore right in the YouTube chat or in the Facebook chat. We've been keeping track of everybody who's been putting in their entries for those things. Not only that, but we also ask for you to consider putting in a donation at bit.ly/donateDOY for Days of Yore. And the reason for that is because we do want to be able to keep on doing this, and there hasn't been any income for a little bit. So, please help. That would be great. And so thank you very much again for joining us on Days of Yore online edition. Of course, if you have never been to the live in-person Days of Yore, then some of this might seem a little bit odd to see this coming up on Facebook and on YouTube. However, it is a completely different experience in person than it is here. So when you get a chance to come out next year, you'll see all of these different groups that we have videos of today actually in the park, and they stay overnight. They produce shows for the Saturday and the Sunday next year, July 30th and 31st of 2022. Again, the Heritage Day long weekend for that, so you're going to be out with your family, may as well go anyway. And the extra added bonus to this year's production, though, is that there's some things that you can't do with live audiences that you apparently can do when you're at your practice sessions. For example, firing live rounds out of your muskets or out of your cannons, as we may see. You wouldn't be able to get a walkthrough of how the Victorians communicated, much like the internet, without having a chance to have these kinds of interactions. So we're still going to take some opportunities while we have it. And not only that, but many of our reenactment groups have not had videos produced before the Days of Yore. And why would they? They spend most of their time in person. But at the same time, they still wanted to get a chance to share the love of their craft with you, so they get a chance to create some videos. And some of these groups will actually be using these videos with other organizations that they work with. For example, the 10th Battalion CEF, who will be coming up later on today, will be able to use the videos that they produced to discuss the history of that 10th Battalion with some of the military youth that we have in our area. So there's some pretty cool opportunities that have come out of this digital version of the Days of Yore. We're going to shift our gears now, move ourselves. Well, we're not really moving back or forward in time. We're just moving from one section of the world to another. You had the Guns of the Golden West, which obviously was set in the West. At about that same point in time, we would consider the Victorian Society of Alberta in the 1800s as well. And so the Victorian era is represented by this particular group. Thank you very much. Again, here comes the Victorian Society of Alberta. I think. There we go.
Treaty 7 was a land agreement made on behalf of Queen Victoria by the Lieutenant Governor of the Northwest Territories and the Northwest Mounted Police and the chiefs from the South Blackfeet Nation, North Blackfeet Nation, Middle Blackfeet Nation, Sarcee Nation, South Blood Nation, North Blood Nation, the North Piegan Nation, and the Stoney Nation. Sections of Treaty 7 state, Her Majesty the Queen hereby agrees with her said Indians that they hunting throughout the tracts surrendered as heretofore described, subject to such regulations as may, from time to time, be made by the government of the country, acting under the authority of Her Majesty, saving and accepting such tracts as may be required or taken up from time to time for settlement, mining, trading, or other purposes by her Government of Canada, or by any of Her Majesty's subject duly authorized, therefore, by said government. It also was an agreement between Her Majesty and her said Indians that reserves shall be assigned to them of sufficient area to allow 1 square mile for each family of 5 persons, or in that proportion for larger or smaller families. The reserves are a designated area for them to live on, but they may travel freely for hunting purposes. In exchange for agreeing to this land agreement, every man, woman, and child was given $12, as well as an annual payment of $25 for the chiefs, $15 to the minor chiefs and counselors, and $5 to everyone else living in the community. Each band was given $2,000 a year for ammunition, unless ammunition was no longer required. Then it would be given to the band to the benefit of the community. Every 3 years, the chief will be given a suitable suit of clothing, and each chief will be given a Winchester rifle. Further, Her Majesty agrees to pay the salary of such teachers to instruct the children of said Indians as her Government of Canada may see advisable. When said Indians are settled on the reserves and desire teachers. In addition to this, the treaty details how these additional items would have been dispersed. Each nation was given axes, handsaws, augers, grindstone, files, and whetstones, as well as cows, 1 bull, or they can exchange a cow for tools such as hoes, spades, scythes, hay forks, a shared plow, and a shared harrow, and seeds for potatoes, barley, oats, and wheat. The intention of this treaty was to peacefully create an agreement about how the land that is now southern Alberta was to be used by these many nations. The Crown needed Treaty 7 to be signed to gain title to the land so that the railway could be built, thus connecting the east and west coast. They also had concerns about ensuring everyone who lived in this newly developed country shared the values and behaviors commonly found in Victoria English culture, thus creating the desire to guide all Indigenous people to become loyal to the English Crown. The Indigenous nations signed this treaty in good faith, as none of the translators were fluent in any of the languages spoken at these negotiations. I've been told that Indigenous leaders who signed the documents believed they would be sharing the land with the settlers and living in harmony together, learning from each other and sharing each other's culture, traditions, and ways of life. The Indian Act, which was put into place a year before this treaty was signed, was never mentioned during the negotiations. The Victorian Society of Alberta wants to share the history from the 1880s to 1914 when the settlers were arriving in Alberta. Without Treaty 7, the settlers wouldn't have been given the privilege to immigrate to Alberta and this beautiful land. We want to acknowledge that Treaty 7, along with countless other treaties, have not been held with respect or in good faith by all parties. The treaties were put in place by the Crown to build the railway, to connect the east and west coast, and unify the Dominion of Canada on the map. Once this goal was achieved, the treaties lost their value and were ignored by the Canadian government. I encourage you to learn more about Treaty 7, to visit Blackfoot Crossing, where it was signed, and research what it says in the Indian Act. These documents were written to help shape the Dominion of Canada to be an amazing country based on Victorian English values. We, as settlers, should inform ourselves about what they say and how they have impacted the lives of everyone involved.
Oh, hi. Hang on a sec. Welcome to my replica telegraph office. This is a copy of a small telegraph office from the late 19th century and early 20th century. And if this had been at Days of Yore in Didsbury, it would have been connected to a live telegraph wire that ran from the Victorian Society of Alberta encampment over to the Yankee Valley Yankees. But since we're not at Didsbury for Days of Yore this year, I'm going to do a little digital presentation for you on telegraph, how it worked, a little bit of its history, and why we call it the Victorian Internet. Let's get started, shall we? Why Victorian Internet? By Victorian Internet, we mean the fast, long-distance communications became available to almost everyone for a price during the Victorian era. For the first time, governments, businesses, journalists, scientists, and ordinary people could send and receive messages almost instantaneously, across sometimes vast distances. Prior to the invention of the telegraph, the fastest way to send any significant message was by a letter, carried by a courier on a horse if by land, or a ship across the sea, with no guarantee it would ever arrive. The effect of such immediate communication on Victorian society was in many ways greater than the effect of the modern internet on ours. Initially, the largest impact was on business and finance. Companies could keep in touch with distant offices, suppliers, and investors, and stock markets could keep track of business activities, speculate on the availability of commodities. Politics began to move at a much faster pace, as governments could keep track of what was happening inside their borders and receive intelligence about what foreign competitors were up to. For the first time, the news became something more than local hearsay and political pamphleteering. Companies sprang up to collect interesting stories and information from abroad, transmit them via the telegraph to their head office, and then supply those stories to newspapers, for a healthy fee, of course. Some papers, like the Times, and press agencies like Reuters, which was one of the first of these, are still in operation today. A good example of the speed that the Victorian Internet provided for the passing of information is the explosion of the Krakatoa volcano in August of 1883. The volcano was an island located in the Sunda Strait between Java and Sumatra in Indonesia. At the time, to travel from London to Sumatra took several months by ship. News of the eruption reached London via the telegraph, while the atmospheric shock waves from the explosion were still echoing around the world. Nothing like this enormous increase in information distribution had ever happened before. What does telegraph mean? The word is made up of two parts. Tele, which means distant, and graph, from the Greek, which means to write. Originally, the term was used to describe systems that we would call today semaphores. These use visual signals like flags, lanterns, or swinging arms mounted on. Napoleon had such a telegraph system that linked major cities in France to Paris, for example. Flag systems are still used today by sailors and Boy Scouts. The electromagnetic telegraph. The discovery and quantification of electrical phenomena, especially electromagnetism by the American Joseph Henry in the 1820s, brought the possibility of signaling across long distances. Many different systems were developed in England and on the continent, but most of these were complex, only worked across relatively short distances, and were never widely adopted. These systems became known as electromagnetic telegraph, to distinguish them from the visual telegraph. In the late 1830s and early 1840s, an artist working in New York by the name of Samuel F. B. Morse developed a version of the electromagnetic telegraph along with his co-inventor Alfred Vail. After much experimentation, Morse convinced the American government to fund a demonstration line between the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. and Baltimore, Maryland. The line first began operation on May 24, 1844, with the sending of the now famous message, "What hath God wrought?" This was not the first message ever sent, however. There have been several shorter range demonstrations for various government officials, and much like kids with walkie-talkies, there was a bunch of "can you hear me now" kind of messages. Here are some of the recorded ones, ranging from very detailed to obscure. Successful experiment with telegraph, September 4th, 1837. A patient writer is no loser. Pension the universe by kingdom's right will. They even got political. In 1843, during a demonstration at the Capitol in Washington, a committee man who was familiar with the latest telegraphic code and opposed to President Tyler tried it out by sending these words: "Tyler deserves to be hanged." The Morse electromagnetic telegraph eventually became known simply as the telegraph, as it superseded all other forms of long-distance communication around the world and became the basis for the Victorian Internet. So how does it work? What distinguished the Morse-Vail telegraph from its competitors was its simplicity. A telegraph is what's known as a series-based continuous current circuit. Electric current is always flowing through the wire. The current was supplied by chemical batteries that work best while continuously supplying that power. The current energizes an electromagnet in a telegraph instrument called a sounder. Pulling down a steel armature, this makes a click sound. When the current is interrupted, the electromagnet de-energizes and a spring snaps the armature up, making a clack sound. The telegraph key acts like a switch in the circuit. The key opens and closes the circuit, thus causing the electromagnets to energize and de-energize, making a series of click-clacks that make up the code. All the keys and sounders of a telegraph line are in series. This means that any key that opens the circuit will cause all the sounders to de-energize and clack. When the key is closed, they all energize and click. Because the keys interrupt the circuit when open, each key has a circuit closer switch that is always closed except when sending, so the circuit can pass the signal down the line. Like all electric circuits, there must be a source of voltage and current that flows from one pole of the battery through the load, the sounder, to the other pole of the battery. And in most circuits, this would require two wires, one coming from the battery and one going back to the battery. Telegraph circuits only have one wire. The return circuit uses the earth itself. This was discovered almost by accident when an experimenter in Europe tried to use railroad tracks as the wiring for a signal system. One rail for each side of the circuit. But it wouldn't work because the rails were in contact with the ground and shorted it out. Over short distances, the earth is a relatively poor conductor, but over long distances, like several to hundreds of miles or more, the earth can conduct electricity so well that the resistance is actually less than that of the wire. This means a great savings in cost because of only a single wire was needed. Since what determines the strength of an electromagnet, like in the sounders, is the current, not the voltage, everything was regulated to supply a standard current to the instrument. Typical telegraph systems used around 160 to 200 volts DC, but the current was only around 40 milliamps. This surprisingly simple system can carry the click-clacks over hundreds of.
Here's my telegraph office again. Most of this should be familiar to you by now, but I'll just go through and pick up some of the details for you. Here's the sounder that was in the discussion of how things worked. This one is called a local sounder. It had its own little battery. And again, when the circuit is energized, it clicks. And when it's de-energized, it makes kind of clack sound. So when you are sending, here's the telegraph key. This is a typical telegraph key from the latter part of the 19th century, and it was exactly the same kind of key that was used right up until the 1960s. It's called a straight key. You can see that it has a little knob here that you use to push, and it will activate the circuit, make a click, clack. It has a circuit closer switch on the side. It closes the circuit. You can hear it do the click. And when I want, then anybody sending would come through. When I want to send, I open the circuit, and then I can send. Something I didn't talk about is the relay. And the relay was used to interface the local sounder with the main line. It has slightly larger electromagnets, and the high voltage but low current from the main line would come in on the left-hand side there, and it would make the connection by pulling on that little bar, and when it does, it opens up a local battery, which is low voltage but relatively high current, to run the sounder. This device is a kind of sounder. It's known as a mainline sounder, and it was wired in such a way that it would operate at the high voltage but low current of the main line. It was often put up on the windowsill, especially if it was a train station, and the operator was out working on the platform. He could hear if a signal was coming through, and it was wired in such a way that even if his local equipment was disconnected from the line, he could still hear a signal coming through and then go back in and connect it.
The code. Morse's original code consisted of a series of pulses that represented simple numbers. The numbers referenced entries in a code book. The recipient used the book to reconstruct the message. This was a clumsy system to work with and required a very complex table of code words to make up any given message. Realizing this, he and Vail determined that a true alphabetic code would be more flexible and created a set of patterns, one for each letter of the alphabet, plus numbers and punctuation. Each letter was designated with a pattern of dots and dashes. Dots were rapid click-clacks of the circuit being closed and opened by the key. Dashes were the same, but there was a pause between the closing, the click, and the opening, the clack. Technically, a dash is twice as long as a dot, and a space between letters long. The pattern of dots and dashes. Rather than simply starting at A and going to Z with a regular pattern, Morse looked at the distribution of letters in typical written English and settled on shorter code for more frequently used letters. The shortest Morse codes are a single dot for an E and a single dash for T. These are the most frequently used letters, and he determined this by counting the type in the trays a printer uses when sending out a newspaper. International Morse code. When the telegraph was adopted by European countries, the English alphabet was problematic for languages like German, so a new continental code was developed that is slightly different than the original Morse code. The original code is now known as American Morse code and was used by railroads right up to the 1960s. Once wireless telegraphy, that is radio, became available in the 1990s, which used beeps instead of clicks and clacks, it was found that the continental code was easier to send and read than the American Morse, so that became the official radio communication code. It is now known as International Morse code. The famous SOS, first used by the Titanic radio operators in 1912, is in the International code. The S is the same in both, 3 dots, but the O is different. In International Morse, it is 3 dashes. In American Morse, it is 2 dots with a space between. Canadian telegraphy. The history of the telegraph in Canada is intimately tied up with the railroads. As the plans for the Canadian Pacific Railroad were being made, it was determined that a telegraph line would be needed to help coordinate the construction. This line, known as the Dominion Telegraph, would run west from Fort Garry, now Winnipeg, following the proposed route of the railroad across what is now Saskatchewan to near Edmonton, then through the Rockies via the Yellowhead Pass, connect up to the private Western Union line that had reached the area of Kamloops from Washington State by then. The line was constructed in fits and starts between 1874 and 1877, and eventually reached Leduc, south of Fort Edmonton. The route of the railway was changed to go through Rogers Pass in 1882, so the northern route was not used, and the telegraph line was never completed to Kamloops. However, the government-owned Dominion Telegraph had been instrumental in the settlement of the prairies and had proved itself invaluable during the Northwest Rebellion in 1885. The line didn't work very well on the whole, as it suffered from several big difficulties related to its remoteness and the simple, that is cheap, construction. It worked pretty well in the winter, but the rest of the year was problematic. One thing, the area just west of Fort Garry is very marshy, so when the ground thawed in the spring, the poles tended to fall over. Out on the prairies, poles were hard to come by, so poplar was used, which was prone to rot, and the buffalo loved to use them as scratching posts, knocking them over. Frequent gas fires also burned the poles down. Still, the telegraph was an important means of communication back east from the developing communities out west. One interesting story concerns the operator at Battleford, a main station on the Dominion Telegraph. This operator was responsible for coordinating traffic on the line, both east and west. The problem, when the line was working, of course, was that it was hard to coordinate the regular check-ins that would help to determine how it was working. This was before Sir Sanford Fleming's development of standard time in 1879. So this operator decided that he would supply the time standard. He built an accurate sundial outside his office, and every day at his local noon, he would send out a message indicating that on the wire. All the stations along the wire would then adjust their clocks to match. That way, if the check-ins were to be done at a particular time, everyone would be on the same time. The original, at the beginning of the long dash, the time will be exactly 11 o'clock. Thanks for watching. That's all the time we have. I have to start practicing for the Heritage Park Morse Telegraphy Club, which I'm a member of. On the weekends during the summer and Saturdays, we do live telegraphing between the train stations in the park. If you're interested, come check it out. Also, I'm really looking forward to seeing all of you live at Didsbury on Days of Yore for 2022, and hope you enjoy the rest of this virtual Days of Yore. Thanks for watching.
Was off too. How about them apples? Wow, we are on a roll today. Hey, we were going to have some technology issues, right? That's just the way that we roll. But ladies and gents, Andrew and Rachel Naden from the Victorian Society, thank you guys for joining us. As I was just about to say, we're going to have a very interesting interview because I can't hear you. My speaker just died. But that's okay. We're going to have some fun with this all the same. I have a number of people who are coming on to say, hey, it's not working. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. If you have questions, please feel free to jump in on the chat and ask those questions. Andrew and Rachel, you guys have been involved in the Victorian Society for how long have you guys been involved, and how did you guys get involved? And I'm reading of lips. This is going to be so much fun. We don't have sound from you guys either. How about them apples? So you know what we're going to do is we're going to play around with the technology for just a little bit. In the meantime, we're going to go take a quick break. We'll come back to the interview, see if we can deal with all of our lovely technology issues. Thank you guys for your patience, but we'll be right back. In the meantime, let's take a peek at what's coming up next. It's not your fault, it's mine.
So when I attended my first convention in cosplay, it was Otafest 2009. And I was really taken in by all the other cosplayers. They were incredible, like super talented. The different projects were detailed, super big builds. And my first thought was, I want to do that. Unfortunately, the downside from getting all this inspiration from these amazing cosplayers was I needed to pick a project. I really struggled with that because all of the projects that I was drawn to were either super huge or very complicated. So a project that was a little too ambitious for maybe a novice starting out. The other thing was I was so excited to do these projects, but I psyched myself out.
Got it.
I didn't know how to start. I didn't know where to find the answers. And
however,
by the time I would get around to doing it, like months or years had passed, and at that point, I just
my Bluetooth headphones died. That was the issue.
Now
we got sound now, so we're good.
Found work
and we're gonna be able to do this here once this commercial's over.
Street characters, the local mascot company in the area, and I found myself working with EVA foam and thermoplastics, using different kinds of tools and techniques, which has really boosted my experience level as well as my confidence. So now I'm able to take those and apply it to those dream projects that I always dreamed about doing. My name is Emma, and here at Cosplay Skill Tree, we're going to teach you all those skills and get your cosplay to the next level.
Well, it's never a dull moment when it comes to the technology world, now is it? Thank you very much, everybody, for your patience. We've got Andrew and Rachel Naden from the Victorian Society of Alberta. Now that we can actually hear you, let's double check that. Make sure that we can actually hear you. Guys, say hello and welcome. Yay! Yay! And you know, this is kind of a fun thing because, you know, days of yore, I have a microphone and I have a big speaker. That's the total of the technology. You guys just, your actually organization, it was Kevin Jessup who just walked us through all sorts of technology and the trials and tribulations of getting that all put together. So where's Kevin today? Wow. Okay, so we're going to get you, I'm going to turn you guys up a little bit to make sure we can actually hear you a bit better. Yeah. And Bonnie, yeah, thanks, Bonnie. So the, that's the, get this going here. The lovely part of the of Victorian Society that we've experienced, you guys are actually the first winners of the Days of Yore Grand Melee. Do you guys remember that from the first ever Days of Yore? Were you guys involved in that? Croquet mallets were your friends. I love it, I love it, I love it. Oh yeah, that's what she said earlier on in the chat, I think, too. Helmet smiters, right? Yeah. Marvelous. And you know what? Those Grand Melees always are. How many Grand Melees have you guys actually been involved in?
Well, all of them, though most of the time we're either sitting on the sidelines or right near the cannons watching the action.
Or in the sidelines drinking some tea, having a tea party. Because we're
That's
not allowed to
right.
bring our cocaine mallets anymore. Bonnie.
Hey, people who are on the chat or on the stream right now, if you're in the Facebook chat or the YouTube chat, you can always ask your questions of the Victorians. Yeah, that presentation was extremely educational. It was fantastic. But I want to know a little bit more about the people involved in the Victorian Society, including you two. So how long have you guys been involved in this?
A year after it's
2017.
Oh, wow. And so now, for you guys, how did you get involved in the Victorian Society?
Well, we do kind of costuming through other mediums, of course, and through those we met some friends. Christy Thacker, she's our president of the group, and she kind of was chatting with us, and we wanted to get involved and help her get things rolling. So
awesome.
We share a common interest in history. So
the question that comes from a YouTube watcher right now, Neil Kramer, he's seen your amazing displays with all of your cool items. Where do you find these things? Where do you find these old artifacts and these antiques?
Some of the items we get from antique stores. A lot of the items I've gotten from my grandmother's house. My grandparents, I'm originally from Ontario, so my grandparents were pack rats and kept everything. So we have items that belong to my great grandparents. My family came over the 50s, 58 about that, and we have a lot of those items still in our possession. So as she's been finding them, she's setting them out. That's how I've gotten most of mine. But we are avidly going to shops where people get the word are doing historical things. They're like, oh, like our tea set. Sure.
Beautiful, and that's a nice tea set too. So did that just come from just a rando? Hey, would you like this?
This specific cup I got from my grandmother when she was
okay.
Teacups. She decided all of her grandchildren were getting teacups for Christmas.
Oh, that's marvelous. And just as Neil Kramer says, it is a really cool personal touch that you have that family history involved in what you guys are doing. And then you still get some of these extra little trinkets along the way. It must be a lot of fun. So what's your favorite part when it comes time to actually interacting with audiences? What's your favorite part of this?
A lot of it's been people's reaction to the histories. At the last Days of Yore in 2019, we had a washing station where we were teaching people how to do laundry. And kids had never realized that you could do laundry without a washing machine.
That's true.
Electric. They didn't know you could do it by hand. So we're teaching these little kids how to do laundry, and the grandparents are just in awe because that's how they did laundry when they were kids.
Nice.
It's been really cool slowly teaching people. We had a button station where we're teaching people how to sew buttons on a thing, teaching people how to play croquet. And there's been the odd reenactor that'll bring a button to us to sew on for them.
Oh, yeah, just an odd one. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
The games are the other fun part for sure. Croquet and checkers. Crokinole.
We bring our Crokinole board and teach people how to touch. Canadian game.
That's awesome. And it is a Canadian game.
Yes.
Marvelous. So now it's Victorian society, but the word Victorian is more about the era and what was happening during their era as opposed to just everything came from England.
Yes. So at the time when settlers started to arrive in Alberta, 1880s, when Queen Victoria was in power, era, and we do cross a little bit into the Edwardian era when King Edward was in power. Cross over tonight.
That makes sense.
We like those costumes for them.
Question coming to you from Corinne Thacker. Do the ladies always wear corsets?
In our group, we do. The costumes fit a lot better. We will add padding as well to make our hips look bigger. So it's not just about the small waist. We add some padding underneath our petticoats. And
That's
we try
marvelous.
to make our costumes as historically accurate as possible. It means the women primarily theirs, and the men we can usually find in shops. But men's clothing hasn't evolved all that much.
I was just going to say, yeah, this is definitely different, but I can kind of connect with what Andrew's wearing. I could see myself doing something like that.
There is the odd thing that has changed. Of course, the puff tie and the bowler hat aren't quite as in fashion anymore, but you still see the odd bowler out there with regards to certain people. And the suspenders and pants aren't quite as much of a thing anymore.
No, I guess it's a belt now these days. I have to admit, though, that I don't often pad things either. So this is just all natural. Not that might not actually be a good thing. Whatever. But guys, thank you very much for joining us. Oh, here's a question for the gentleman. That comes from Neil Kramer. Cravat pins, are they supposed to be horizontal or are they supposed to be vertical?
It's kind of preference more than anything. Like my own pin is a single pin. It's kind of suits the purpose more to just hold it kind of in place so it's not flopping around everywhere. It does still move quite a bit, but
function over style.
Yes.
All right, fair enough. Hey guys, thank you very much for joining us for this short little conversation. When you come back out to Days of Yore, you're probably going to have a gazillion of questions more. This is just a really nice little snapshot of what we can do when we're at Days of Yore. And thank you guys for giving us this opportunity to do it.
We hope to see everybody on the croquet field.
Yes, and I will definitely be there. Preferably not on the receiving end of a croquet mallet. Have a great one, guys.
And you don't hit people with it.
Thank you very much. All right.
96.5 CKFM and Rock 104, your source for everything local in Mountain View County. We bring you all the latest in local news, sports, and community events. From great music to chuck wagon races, the Olds Grizzlies and Mountain View Colts, we're your home for what's going on in your community. When you want to keep up to date with what's going on in your area, tune in to 96.5 CKFM and Rock 104, proudly serving Mountain View County since 2004.
All right, another reminder out there for those of you who are looking for all of our door prizes, which would normally come from our passport of a stroll through the ages. That one's one thing you can get. That is the Sons of Fenrir's shield pendant. Type in hashtag Sons Shield to get that one, to get entered in for that one. And to a hashtag of Dark Age to go for that $25 gift certificate to Dark Age Creations, thanks to the Dragon Zone Medieval Combat Group for that one. As Bill has actually put into the chat here as well, yeah, big thank you to our sponsors you guys just saw pop up in there. Really appreciate all of the work that they do and how they've helped us out in the past, much as we are hoping to continue on in the future years. You can also enter for a Family Pass to Days of Yore 2022 by typing in hashtag Days Yore in the chat. And if you are interested in donating to help us proliferate Days of Yore some further, then you can do so by going to bit.ly/donate-DOY. That's Donate Days of Yore. It'll be appearing up there in the top here in a few moments. The next group that we're going to have come up here for you right now is the Edmonton House Brigade. The Edmonton House Brigade has always done some demonstrations of muskets. And, of course, they have their own campsite. And you're going to get a chance to have a look at some of that and what they do right here, right now. Edmonton House Brigade.
My skills here, I can extract teeth here. Various instrument here. My favorite one is the tooth key. which basically you insert in the mouth, flip this little hook over with both hands, and out comes the tooth. So here's a few trophies to attest to my skills. Occasionally I have one or two that when I attach it onto one tooth and the second tooth comes out next to it. We got ones that are worn out, guys that just wear them right down to nothing, or ones with big cavities in them like this. Hey, there's tooth pulling pliers, but in the fur trade, in order to come out west here, you needed at least 12 of these to pull teeth. That was too much weight, so the tooth key is the ideal instrument for this. Other things I have here are for bloodletting. So if you're, they call them your humors are out of whack, you get either fever or chills, or you're lethargic or hyper. In order to bring that back to normal, up to equilibrium, we take blood off of you. Use a little thing called a fleam. We take blood either off the neck, off the arm, or off the leg, or off the thigh. The blood is collected in bowls like this with a little curvature in it. So it goes up against the arm like this. Basically, I do the cut and then hold it. And then once I get the bowl on there, you just tease it gently and the blood flows into here. And once you get up to the right amount of blood, just lightly squeeze it and it seals off. Some of the other items I have here are for amputations. Anytime there's a broken bone that's multiple breaks, the limb has to come off. Or if the limb is frozen, gangrene sets in, so the limb has to come off. I also have an item here for boring a hole in the skull for severe concussions. And I also have the tongs here. You run a probe into the bullet hole if it's just a flesh wound, and then you just reach in with these tongs, grip onto the bullet and pull out the bullet. And the person.
What we're here tonight is we're doing a demonstration on the Northwest Trade Gun. Northwest Trade Gun is a 4 musket. Has a three keels for it. We have the lock, the barrel, and the stock. The old expression of lock, stock, and barrel. It's a smooth bore, so therefore we can use it for various activities for hunting. We can use shot, we can use round ball. It virtually will take anything in North America down. How we load it is through the barrel. Use some kind of a wad or a projectile there in order to everything goes in position. The next procedure is to load the pan. We do through this small part here. The pan ignites and it goes through the touch hole, which ignites the main charge. Hopefully, we're going to have 3 shots in sequence. Starting, I'll use 10 to give you.
Make ready, present, fire.
Had one malfunction. There you go.
Reenacting with a toddler without losing what's left of your mind. Luckily, I have the variety of leaves so I can demonstrate what we have to dress her in that's accurate and what's not accurate. All she's wearing right now is a shift. It used to come all the way here and well past her feet. We used it when she was a baby. In order to get it to continue to fit, I did what 18th century moms would do. Roll my eyes, let the hem out as far as it would go, undo the drawstrings, and yep, it would still fit. Are we shoehorning her feet into moccasins because they're just about too small too? Oh yeah. What else do we pack with us? Something to have snacks in, and all the snacks. Season sausage. Beef jerky.
Firing!
To the Mother of all saints.
Mother of all saints.
The King.
The King.
The fur trade in all its branches.
The fur trade in all its branches.
Voyageurs, wives, and children.
Voyageurs, wives, and children.
Absent members.
Absent members.
Now that is the formal part, but as a brigade member many years ago, we had some of our people were leaving us, they were departing. So we included onto this, to tack onto it, departed comrades.
Departed comrades.
Thank you.
Anyone?
All right, and we are here with Neil Kramer from the Edmonton House Brigade. Neil, thank you for joining us online.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's such a pleasure. I wish we could be in person, but that just means there's something fun to look forward to next year.
Absolutely, you're totally on point with that one. So for those of you, again, who are with us online, you can go into the YouTube chat or the Facebook chat, either one. Comment section, I guess, is what it is in Facebook. And if you have any questions about the Edmonton House Brigade, Neil's here to answer them right now. I've got my first one. How long have you been involved in the Edmonton House Brigade?
Oh, I had to think about that. It's been, 6 years now, or at least, no, 5 years, sorry. 5 years since I started. But my career of reenacting and dressing up in fun things started a few years even prior to that.
What were you doing before the Edmonton House Brigade?
So before that, I worked at Fort Edmonton Park, which is a giant living history museum in Edmonton. Those of you in the Calgary area are probably familiar with like Heritage Park as well. Same idea. There's people dressed up in historic costume and they're interpreting the past to you. So telling you all sorts of cool facts and stories and things and just teaching people. Same thing, just at Edmonton.
Marvelous. So then what made you get into the Edmonton House Brigade? What made you kind of make that shift?
Well, I had always really enjoyed fur trade history specifically. It's what I sort of like did my history degree in. And I really enjoyed doing that interpretation at Fort Edmonton Park. So in 2016, when I was actually leaving the park to go do like work things elsewhere, I still wanted to do this. And instead of like having it be a career, it got to be like a fun hobby of mine instead. So I joined on with the Edmonton House Brigade, which gave me this like historic dress up in costume outlet to teach people, while I also still had like another job that wasn't this stuff.
Well, and if those of you who've been to the live days of Yore, you've seen Neil kind of walk people through the very interesting ways of carrying your packs. And so can you kind of describe what that is for the people who might not have seen that kind of thing before?
Of course. I mean, the entire history of the fur trade is basically built on the backs of laborers, guys that have been hired by the big fur trading companies, Hudson Bay Company, Northwest Company, to do all of the heavy lifting. And a requirement to work for these companies in general was that you had to be able to carry 2 90-pound bales of cargo. So those could be bales of actual furs that have been collected. It could just be boxes of trade goods that are going out. And you have to carry 2 of those. And 90 pounds is a lot. So in a lot of cases, they would use what's called a tump line, which is like a big leather belt almost. And you would strap it across your forehead or across the top of your shoulders. And you'd have the 2 packs on your back. And so you'd be carrying them almost, hunched over a bit as you had those 2 packs weighed down there. Because that was often just a lot easier than holding them like one in each hand as you're going through very much like untamed wilderness. There's no paths or trails.
Oh, of course. And I'm just trying to think of what that might look like for me. And I'm pretty certain that I would turn into a pancake pretty darn quick. Got a question from the audience. Bill Windsor asks, the muskets, were they flintlock, flash pan, or percussion cap ones?
Flintlock for the most part, especially during the era that we are reenacting, which is around the 1821, 1800s to like 1825 sort of ish era. Flintlock was the type you would see out, especially in the Northwest territory that we were reenacting and that you had fur traders in. It was a very affordable gun. It was very easy to fix as well. All of the components were you could replace them if you needed to do that. And it was just very handy. The nice thing about flintlock is that if you need to, replace just the flint on it, you can do that super easily and then you're still good to go.
Marvelous. So then, if I remember correctly, though, the musket was, or having the gun, having the musket, it was kind of almost like a status symbol or a kind of like you weren't a fur trader unless you had one.
Very much.
Was there
so.
like a process?
I should correct myself. They were affordable in the grand scheme of things, but still very expensive out in the fur trade area. And yeah, they were definitely a status symbol. If you had one of those, you're very much showing off. You're saying, look at me. I'm such a good trapper. I'm such a good trader. I was able to save up enough furs to purchase one of these muskets. And they were practical for a hunting sense, but you weren't going to be using your musket to do a lot of trapping of animals that you wanted to trade with. Because if you're shooting like a beaver with your musket, you're going to blow 2 giant holes in that fur, at which point all of the value is lost. So you're going to use that to take a larger game that you're generally going to be like eating. So like bison or elk or deer, things like that.
That makes sense. I have another question up here. The Days of Yore website says fur traders were freemen. For people who are not familiar with what that means, what is that?
Yeah, excellent question. So the people that we specifically portray are freemen, or free traders is another term that's used. And so these were people that used to work for one of the 2 big companies, either the Hudson Bay Company or the Northwest Trading Company. And they had their contracts, and once their contract expired, instead of heading back out east, maybe to Montreal, or even back across the Atlantic to like London or Scotland where they lived, they decided they were going to eke out a living on the land here. Now, the Hudson Bay Company specifically didn't like that, because they had a monopoly of trade over this land. And so having traders who are free of that, so free traders, we're cutting out the Hudson Bay Company. We're acting as middlemen. So we're making a profit of our own, and then the Hudson Bay Company isn't making as much profit on their end of things. They didn't like us, but they couldn't do much about it. They didn't have any kind of major military force or like law enforcement for their monopoly. So the worst they could do is say like, hey, don't do that. And then that was it.
At which point we're like, I got my musket.
Yeah. And especially by the 1820s, 1830s, free traders outnumbered the Hudson Bay Company personnel like 5 to 1, 10 to 1. There was no competition.
So yeah, no competition. This is just the way it was. Deal with it. Yeah. Cool. So now if somebody wanted to get involved in the Edmonton House Brigade a bit more, how would they best do that?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, we have our website, edmontonhousebrigade.ca, I believe. I think it's on your website, so we'll leave it at that in case I'm misquoting it. But definitely, just send us an email. We have a Facebook page as well. Reach out to us. Just ask us, some questions. Like even we have monthly meetings where we meet, but also we have meetups now that we can start having those again, where we get in our costume and we're going out to do reenacting stuff. And often the best way to get involved is just come meet us at one of our actual like reenacting camping things, and you can chat with us. You can learn a little bit more. And then if you want to like start dipping your feet, you can come out to us. Like if you can get your own get up or costume, we can help you get that stuff. Come out, experience a day with us, see if this is something you actually want to like get involved in. And then if you really like it, which most people do, then you can start like heading a little more to the deeper end of things. I'd say the biggest probably frontline barrier people have is they look at all the stuff we have. We call it our kits, like the camping, the guns, all of like the artifacts, furs we might have. And they say like, well, that's a lot to get. But those are accrued over like years of doing this. At the base level, the first thing you need is a costume and enthusiasm to get involved.
Well, and there's definitely plenty of that in your camps every time we come to see you guys, so that's pretty cool. Last question coming from the audience again. Who would the freemen trade their furs with?
So they were acting as middlemen. So they would be going to various indigenous groups, and they'd be trading with them, and then they're taking those furs to the fur trading forts, and they're trading them there. So they're just, again, eking out that sort of living in the middle. And again, the company doesn't necessarily like that because it's cutting into their profit margins, but there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, gotcha. All right, well, I have Patty in the chat who says that she would love to get involved, and it's all very interesting, so you might have some people jumping in here pretty quick. Thank you very much for joining us again today, Neil. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend.
You as well. Thank you so much for having me.
All right.
I'm Bruce. I'm Pat. We are Midgard Blades and Leatherworks.
We specialize in authentic Northern European replica weapons using local blacksmiths and the finest quality natural materials such as leather, wood, and rawhides.
We can design and produce fully functional weapons to your specifications.
We can also enhance any previously purchased items you may have.
At Midgard, we can produce leather products for any purpose you might have, such as biker gear, horse tack, baggage, or briefcases.
We can be contacted for consultation on our Facebook page, Midgard Blades and Leatherworks. Check us out, give us a like, and follow us.
So before you set out a Viking or on your next pillaging raid, contact us to ensure you are properly equipped.
All right, and so we're going to make our way over now to one of our more boisterous groups at the Days of Yore, the kind of group that tends to make people sit really, really close but then cover their ears, the Yankee Valley Yankees.
Good afternoon. I'm John. I'm the leader of the Yankees. I'm in charge of a section of artillery. We'd like to thank the Days of Yore for doing their YouTube virtual video this year. Due to the pandemic, of course, we are doing a virtual video. We are very excited about it, however, as we have the chance to do something which we would never be able to do during the regular event with the crowds around, and that is actually shoot a cannon off with a few live rounds. So we'd also like to thank a couple of folks, the group from Things Military there, our friend Bill, who's loaned us this magnificent French 4-pounder. It's a smooth bore. For our demonstration today, we'll be hitting 4 55-gallon drums filled with water. It should be quite spectacular. You've seen this done on many videos on YouTube. We could talk about a couple of those as well, but we like all of those. It's a good, spectacular effect. Hope that you'll notice the hill behind the barrels. We believe that the round will go through the water seamlessly, nothing at all. I'd like to talk about us for a sec. We are not strictly a reenactor group. Our uniforms don't reflect a particular moment in the Civil War in America. They're a little bit general, they're a little bit generic. We're just amateur historians who love history. And also, here in Canada, our laws here are going to allow us to have the most modern military equipment up to the time, and that's why we have 1812 or Civil War stuff. We can have that full scale legally at this point in time. So we also like the Civil War because it was resolved in some ways and a lot of ways, and it didn't continue on. So let's talk about the gun right now that's on loan to us. This French 4-pounder would be very similar to a 12-pound Napoleon in bore and size. You can actually see physical similarities between that. So it is a smoothbore gun. The smoothbore gun means that it can fire both canister and solid shot, hot shot. Rifled gun cannot do such things. The range of this weapon would be within visual range, essentially. What would you call that? About a mile? The truth of the matter is it'd take about 3 shots to aim it in. And from that point, we could probably hit at 1,200 yards, a large window or a small barn at that point. The cannonball would continue much further, but it would be a bounce shot at that point, and it would be a little bit less accurate as per the bounce. A regiment of invaders attacking us, a regiment of infantry from a mile off, would receive about 620 pounds of lead from this particular gun, and in solid shot and canister. So we're going to demonstrate how we aimed it a little bit here. We're essentially shooting our target at point blank range, but all the aiming procedure is physics and science. So I'll bring in Ryan here now, who's the gunner on this, and we're going to talk about how we aimed the gun. Would we have used, I see that you've got carpenter equipment there. Would we have used something like that during the Civil War?
Absolutely. There's very little difference in what we had during the Civil War, or even earlier periods. This was a little bit smaller and a little less aluminum. And you just use that to go down the barrel for a length. And then I'd have a plumb bob with a marker on it. Instead, I've got this lovely little magnetic.
Why would you put that angle inside the barrel like that? It seems fairly dangerous on the hands.
Well, you only do that when there's no ball down there, first of all, for your set aiming. That way you can do this and you can be at the front of the gun, because anytime you have powder down there, you want to be on the other end, not on the dam. Now I'm able to do this, and I can check that my tools here with my modern tools is telling me I'm 1 degree, almost 1 degree 0.25 off of 0. Give us a little bit of room if we have that ball, because it's a smaller ball than what we'd be putting in a 4-pounder or 3-pounder shot. We want to make sure that we're going a little bit lower. There it is. And that goes in there when it bounces around. So we just want to make sure that we have that going. And we want to have that just a little bit off of 0, otherwise you might fall a little short and just plow underneath the barrels. Then it'll be a heck of a time getting the ball back.
That gets us the angle up there. I'd like to get Jack to talk about the finding of the center and aiming it. Okay. Typically you would have crosshairs on a typical rifle, or how did we compensate for that?
Well, in shooting any gun, what Ryan has done is calculated and estimated the elevation, because you have to hit at the right elevation. Now you have to allow for windage, or left and right, because you've got your right elevation bang on. Now you got to get your windage. And so in the absence of not having proper sights on here, we have to find basically the middle of that barrel, or the center, so that we can align the front and the back so that you can get it on the target.
Center is center, no matter how you find it.
Exactly. So this tool, basically, you set it on here, and basically it's got a level, so you set it to where the bubble is level, push down, and there is the center of the barrel right there, and we've marked it with a Sharpie.
A Sharpie marker.
Sharpie marker. And so this mark actually is essentially our front sight. Then what we did is did the same thing back here. Oh, I just messed up elevation.
We can set that out through the magic of editing, folks.
Down. So there we have basically here mark. So now we've got 2 points. So basically you can line them up. And you've got a back sight and a. And so line that up on the target, left and right. You should be good, John.
Do you think the science is just going to take care of it? What do you think the reality of that would be?
Well, like anybody that's done shooting, I've done black powder shooting for over 30. There's a whole lot of things that enter this. There's the powder charge. There's the weight of the projectile. There's, is there debris in the bore, crosswinds, all of this thing. So as much as we try to nail it down to the scientific, what we're doing, sometimes, you know what? Sometimes there's a bit of luck involved too.
For sure, for sure. I think what Jack is saying, that we might miss this shot. Essentially, we will do it again and again and again until we hit it. But the first shot would typically maybe go a little bit high from a piece like this. Second one, overcorrected, would typically go a little bit low. Then the third one, having repositioned the gun, would go right into the target. We've actually got 2 shots at this right now before we have to go to plan B. Unless something bad happens, we're going to show you the whole video, hit or miss, and we'll be back with you in a second. Okay, so every demonstration on the YouTube, the 4-barrel 55-gallon drum blowout. It's Canada, Alberta. It's the driest year that we've ever seen, 2021. I've got to say, I don't want to get in trouble for haters on the YouTube for saying that you wasted a bunch of water. I've got a confession to make. Don't tell anyone, okay? It's actually from my septic tank, okay? So the water is recycled in every way, and So it's just going back. Really, when water, you think about it, it never changes. There's been the same amount for billions of years. It goes up, it comes down, it evaporates, it goes back to the earth, and that's what we're just going to do. We're just going to do it a lot faster, okay? So thank you on that, and no environmental disaster from Canada, okay? Thank you.
Fire!
Did you see that smoke cloud out there? Holy shit!
Oh, it's still going. Holy We are tremendously excited by the first shot that we've just done here. The first one just skimmed up to the left top half of the barrel here. The second one just barely missed by millimeters down the right-hand side. That is all we do have for the large gun. So we're going to see what the British can actually do to help us out in this situation. We've got a wonderful French Indian War cannon. It's 1759-ish, and we're going to use it to finish these offensive barrels off full of water. Thank you. We're back. The guys are just preparing the smaller British gun right now. We've had some great shots. We've hit it on the left-hand side. We've hit it on the right-hand side. Now we're going to go dead through it. We're very excited about it. We're using the British Maggie 1759 Wolf and Quebec era gun, and we hope it's going to hit it. We've got a couple more balls on this one. We think it should be just about awesome. Thanks.
I know my gun. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 barrels. 8 entrance points into the 4th barrel.
I do believe that would have penetrated all four.
That is awesome.
Welcome to the planet Yore, gentlemen.
All barrels? Look at that. Oh, I think she's in the white barrel.
We'll check and see what we have there, but we may have recovered a cannonball. I don't know if we want it back or not. We're going to do it one more time.
I think we might find this one, but after killing those, we were having the dinner of champions.
Say thanks to everybody, all my guys, ex-cops, ex-military, we're all on the front lines here. I want to make sure that everyone stays healthy and stays safe during this whole thing. We're going to get through it strong.
So low this time? Trying not so low this time, but I don't want to go. Let's see.
We absolutely nailed those ones last time.
Oh, and
ready to go?
Fire.
I like this again.
Tend to do.
Hey, if we're lucky, we might dome that gopher that's right out behind it. Gopher.
That's what happens. This is all 100% pure cotton.
Run, Forrest, run!
Run for
Good. That was so
More than anything.
Open.
You guys look great. This is basically the end of what we got to do. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll do what we can do after this.
And hey, if we don't hit it with this one, we'll just go forward and bayonet it.
At your discretion, Gunner.
Clear to fire.
Fire in the hole.
Damn it.
Oh,
Holy cow.
Spectacular miss. Or not.
Cover your ear.
All right, and joining us now is Jack Payne, who comes to us from the Yankee Valley Yankees. Jack, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you for having us.
And we've had a chance to talk a little bit about the difference between the presentation you had today, as well as compared to what we would normally see at the Days of Yore, including the night cannons, which seems to be a bit of a hit online, as I can see right now from the comments. Those of you who have questions of Jack, you can put them into the YouTube chat or the Facebook comment section. We will happily ask them for you. But Jack, I want to get started with you personally, actually. How did you get involved in the Yankee Valley Yankees?
Well, you know what happened, Joel? I attended the very first Days of Yore as a spectator. My son had said, Dad, there's something going on at Didsbury. Cannons, Vikings, Knights, muskets. And I'm going, hey, I'm there. And I attended the first Days of Yore as a spectator, and now look what happened to me.
It's kind of what we do.
That's what, it grows on you, and as they say, I guess the rest is history. But in seriousness, what happened? I was there. John Bishop was there. He was basically there that year by himself. He just was there by himself and his cannon. Got talking to him. I've been involved with black powder shooting for over 30 years, and so I got chatting with him about the cannons and muskets. And I said, hey, are you looking for any help on your gun crew? I said, shooting a cannon is pretty much the same as shooting a black powder rifle, just a different scale. And it grew from there. So this has been a great ride. It's just terrific.
And so how many people do you guys have involved in the Yankee Valley Yankees now?
Well, we're a fairly small group. There's only there's about 7 or 8 of us that are active members. We're a fairly small, tight-knit group.
Awesome. And now you were saying, actually, just off air, that you also kind of run the gamut of generations, if you will, too, and said that might actually be kind of appropriate for the historical concept.
Well, it is, yes. Actually, if you look at our the group that we do have together, we've got our youngest member is, I think, 16 or 17 at this point. Our oldest is in probably the mid-60s, that sort of thing, which is actually pretty representative of the demographics of the Civil War. I mean, especially the Confederate Army. They had people from teenagers to, I think, at Battle of Gettysburg, they had some people who were in their 70s and 80s. And so, we're, I guess, in terms of representing the age group, that span, that's pretty representative.
That's perfect. And it's kind of cool when you get a chance to have the younger reenactors get involved, because that this is going to be something that perpetuates for many years to come too.
Exactly. It's nice vibrance of youth. I mean, it's great to have that the youth involved, and that's hugely important to us.
So Bill Windsor asks, with the cannons being smoothbore, can you shoot a package of smaller leads like a shotgun shell out of a cannon?
Yes, absolutely. Our guns are smooth bore, and actually they would shoot canister or grape shot, and essentially you basically take a gun and turn it into a giant shotgun. And the devastation of those guns to infantry was horrendous. And to think of basically a giant shotgun is really what those cannons were. Yeah, very effective, very devastating, which was why artillery was a very, very important part, of any army. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, as you saw in some of the quotes that came up on that video too. And actually, I already know a little bit of the answer on this one for the next question that came up. Canadians were in the Civil War too. I do know the answer is yes, but I'd love for you to be able to explain a little bit further about it.
Well, actually, yeah. I mean, this is one of the things, I guess, where my involvement has come and the learning. I didn't really appreciate this until I got studying more of the history of the Civil War, but it's recorded. There's actually were 10 to 30,000 British North Americans or Canadians that fought in the Civil War on both sides. It was actually recorded. There were a number of British regulars that defected to the Union Army, basically almost like mercenaries. And the reason was basically better pay. They were career soldiers. The Union Army was paying better than the British Army, and they said, hey, sign us up. I guess very similar. A lot of people aren't aware that there were a lot of Canadians that actually fought in the Vietnam War. So,
there you go.
Yeah. So when people say what's a Canadian doing in a Civil War uniform, We're not. It's fact. I mean, there were 10 to 30,000 Canadians that fought in the Civil War.
And that's and when it comes down to pay, that's kind of interesting point of fact too. The other question I have for you is, if people wanted to, obviously you just kind of walked up to John Bishop and away you went. And I actually think that your younger one, your 16-year-old, did much the same kind of idea. Is there another way that a person could get involved in the Yankee Valley Yankees if they wanted to?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, if we're at some event, yeah, come speak with us. I mean, we love to talk to you. The other way is, of course, the Yankee Valley Historical Society, has a Facebook page. So basically, go on Facebook, look up Yankee Valley Historical Society. That's another way to get a hold of us. Yeah.
Awesome. And then from Neil Kramer, we got the question: aside from the Days of Yore, what are some of the other events that you participate in as well?
Well, of course, like for all reenactors, I mean, last year COVID really knocked the starch out of things, but we do participate. The Calgary Military Museum has their summer skirmish. Of course, last year it was canceled. Actually, summer skirmish is going the end of August, I believe, the last weekend in August. And so there will be a number of reenactment groups at the Calgary Military Museums on that Saturday and Sunday. And also, I think there's the Time Island at Millerville that's coming up in September, and we plan on being there as well. So, yeah, there's a couple of events coming up that we're going to be able to get to this year. Yeah, be a lot of fun.
Marvelous. Well, thank you very much, Jack, for joining us and for all the questions from the people in the audience as well. Really appreciate it. And, well, we'll definitely be seeing and hearing from you in about a year, I guess, too, right?
Hey, we'll be looking forward to it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Jack.
Bye-bye.
.5 CKFM and Rock 104, your source for everything local in Mountain View County. We bring you all the latest in local news, sports, and community events. From great music to chuck wagon races, the Olds Grizzlies and Mountain View Colts, we're your home for what's going on in your community. When you want to keep up to date with what's going on in your area, tune in to 96.5 CKFM and Rock 104, proudly serving Mountain View County since 2004.
Sure is boring. Ah! I don't read books that are boring! Hey kids! Wait, no, definitely not kids. Hey folks, are you interested in historical fiction? Well, look at your next good read. The Saga of Eagles and Wolves, The Defenders of Dolphine. Set in 113 BC in Northern Europe, it tells the story of the Germanian people's fight for survival against seemingly unsurmountable odds. It goes into their lifestyle, the way they live their lives, the day-to-day, the functioning of their society. It covers tactics, and it contains graphic battlefield violence and coarse language. Check out our website at sagaofeaglesandwolves.com, as well as our Facebook page, and we have a YouTube channel. Be sure to drop a like, and if you're interested, order the book on Amazon.ca or Amazon.com. I know you'll enjoy it.
All right, and just a quick reminder for everybody that there are some door prizes available to you as well. All you need to do is enter the hashtag into the YouTube chat or the Facebook comment section. Either way is a good way of doing it. And that one is right there. That's the lovely little shield pendant provided by the Sons of Fenrir Vikings. You can enter for that one by typing hashtag Sons Shield. You only need to do it once. You can also go hashtag Dark Age to enter for that $25 gift certificate from Dark Age Creations. Thanks to the Dragon Zone Medieval Combat Group for putting that one in there. And then the last option you can get for one of our door prizes, I guess shouldn't be called door prizes, but whatever, is a family pass, 2 adults, 2 children, to the 2022 Days of Yore, and that is hashtag Days Yore that you can enter to put that in. The cutoff time, there is going to be a cutoff time. The last chance for you to be entering in for those is 4 o'clock, so that is in about 19-ish minutes. So make sure that you put those into the chat if you want to get entered in for any of those particular prizes. Hashtag Sunshield, hashtag Dark Age, hashtag Days Yore, bit.ly/donate DOY. If you want to donate, you can look all the way at the top there, right above my head. That's how you get there. And go ahead and type that in and send off a donation to us so that we can, in lieu of a ticket price, if you will, so that we can carry on with the Days of Yore well into the future. Our next group coming up at this point in time is the 10th Battalion CEF Commemorative Association. So turning it over to the 10th Battalion.
This presentation will demonstrate how these young men, who are all volunteers, were turned from raw recruits at the beginning of the war to fine soldiers by the end. You will see vignettes of these volunteers passing through the chaos of the Canadian mobilization and later dealing with insufficient or inadequate equipment was provided to them by Canada. By the time they got to Europe, and to France in particular, they were still, although partly trained, not yet at the standard
From the beginning of the war to its end, the Canadian soldier and his kit went through an evolution. The first soldiers the Canadian Expeditionary Force to arrive carried the notorious Ross rifle into battle. It was a very effective rifle on the range, but due to muddy trench conditions, the British-manufactured ammunition frequently failed to function. Later soldiers switched out the Canadian Ross rifle for the British short magazine No. 1 Mark III Lee Enfield. They also carried more equipment and traded their iconic caps for the even more iconic Brodie helmet. By the end of the war, the Canadian soldier was a well-equipped fighting man, his gear and weaponry proven through trial and error on the Western Front. Many Canadian soldiers were also of Scottish descent, and carried on the proud tradition of the British Highlander units. They wore the famous kilts and tam o' shanter caps, and carried bagpipes into battle. As much as we are all sick of wearing masks because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we are lucky we do not need to wear the many mask variations Canadian soldiers had to wear as a caution against one of the most terrible weapons of the First World War, poison gas. Poison gas was first encountered by the 10th Battalion at Kitchener's Wood in St. Julian in the Second Battle of Ypres, 1915. The only masks available to protect the soldiers were pieces of cloth, which were then soaked with urine. Later in the war, pH gas hood was introduced as a more effective measure against the dangers of poison gas. It had to be stuffed into the collar to properly protect the soldier wearing it. Finally, the smallpox respirator was introduced to British and Commonwealth armies. It was more uncomfortable and complicated than the pH hood, but greatly reduced deaths from gas. In 1914, Canada, as a loyal part of the British Empire and Commonwealth, mobilized for war. Thousands of young men signed up, including men from Calgary and southern Alberta, to join the newly formed 10th Battalion. Repetitive drill transformed young recruits to the 10th into a professional fighting force.
God! All in! On 10! What?
Practice marching taught soldiers to think and act as a cohesive unit, while rifle drill taught them to be better acquainted with their weapons of war. The young men were also entering into a proud military tradition, with all the pomp and circumstance included, and could expect regular inspections from their sergeants and commanding officers.
Rear rank. Attention. Front rank. Stand at 8.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. That's a little bit of kilter and just a bit off center too. Okay? No, you're doing good. Good. Yeah, the button there, that's good. Rear rank. Stand at 8. Rank, stand fast, rear rank, stand at 8. Front rank, attention!
How long will be addressing the tower? That will be the warning order. Warning further. So you won't be spotted. Pushes and
Giant. Oh. Move to the left. In file. Left. Turn. By the right. Back. March.
No matter how much training they endured, however, nothing would prepare them for what they would experience in France and Belgium on the Western Front.
It's a long way to go. It's a long way to Tipperary, to the sweetest girl I know.
World War I was a singing war. The troops sang on the march, in canteens and cafes, and during quiet moments in the trenches. The tunes came from the music halls, the words from their experiences in the trenches, which gradually changed from patriotic enthusiasm to a grim realization of what war was really like, an acceptance that there would be no easy victory.
What's the use in worrying? It never
Life in the trenches was constant low-intensity warfare. Artillery barrages, snipers waiting in no man's land, the occasional danger of poison gas. But for many soldiers, the greatest test of their courage was a nighttime trench raid. These were meticulously planned operations, with orders coming from the very top at Canadian Corps headquarters.
That is. Go through the gap in the wall. Capture him. Back through.
Small bands of men would cross no man's land under cover of darkness to sneak into the enemy trench, capture German soldiers, and particularly officers who could give valuable information for the war effort.
My condolences to Kaiser.
Easy, Jerry. The war's over. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, Jerry. Go. Let's 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 go. Go. Move. Let's really move. Let's go. For God's sake, let's go.
The raiding party has taken a casualty. Hopefully the information they secured was worth it.
English.
Huh? I know nothing.
Kaiser would.
Huh?
What's this, huh? What's this? This. English. Pretty. Now. Now. Pass this off to
As dangerous as the low-intensity warfare could be, it was nothing compared to the horrors of the Great Pushes, the epic battles of the Western Front. Ypres, Vimy, Passchendaele, Cambrai, Amiens, the last 100 days. It was in these engagements that the men of the 10th would prove their bravery and the regiment would win its battle honors. The blast of a trench whistle would mark the difference between life and death for many of these men.
go, boys. Go, let's go, let's go.
Fix bayonets. Charge!
The 10th Battalion took 4,562 casualties during the First World War, of which 1,260 perished in battle or otherwise. They left behind wives, children, families, and dear friends at home far away. Many of the men who did return to Canada suffered from grievous wounds, some to their bodies, and some to their minds. All of them had been through one of the largest and most horrific wars in human history. Some were proud that they had done their service to king and country. Others wondered what it had all been for. But through their sacrifice, Canada began to assert itself as a nation in its own right on the world stage. Through the blood, sweat, and tears of the 10th, and other regiments like them, this country had a new national identity.
All right, and we are here. Oh, we have a name change that we have to do. Pardon me, we're going to put the proper name into our lovely display here. But we actually have Henry Lung is the actual proper name that you're supposed to be seeing there. We're going to fix that right now. Henry Lung with the 10th Battalion. Henry, say hi for me, please. Grand. Thank you very much for... Yeah, you're doing... I think you're coming through. Let's get... Yeah, you're coming through. Oh, look at that. You've got the radio system and everything. Show me that again.
Just make sure all the knobs are on. There we go. Okay,
all the knobs are on. Love it, love it, love it. Hey, thanks for joining us, Henry, on these unique versions of the Days of Yore. I see you've got a heck of a kit going on there.
I do indeed. Yeah, it's just a reflection of some of the stuff we had in the video. So some of the weapons from the trench raid are here. These are all. This is an authentic trench knife, Webley revolver, and obviously the star of the video, the short magazine Lee Enfield as well, and all of our other
That's
gear.
brilliant. Thank you so much for bringing all that to show it off. Hey, a couple of questions for you, but before we do that, I want to say everybody who is in the chats on YouTube or on Facebook, if you have any questions you want to ask Henry, you certainly can. I'm going to start us off, though. So when did you get involved in the 10th Battalion Commemorative Association?
So I discovered them probably would have been about 4 years ago now at the summer skirmish at the military museums down in Calgary, and I was always interested in the history of the Great War and Canada's involvement in it. So I kind of trailed the group around and ended up going to Days of Yore. I learned about Days of Yore through the group, and I had a loaner uniform when and I just kind of tailed around for a few years, and then 2 years ago I actually got officially involved. That was back in 2019. Went to my first Days of Yore with the group. Went to my first summer skirmish and haven't looked back ever since.
Marvelous. And you were saying that you had a loaner uniform, but as I understand, you also have other challenges with your uniform too.
Yes, there are. Number one, there's a lot of parts. There's a lot of parts you have to collect because as time went on through history, after the Industrial Revolution, they started giving soldiers more and more equipment. So you can see I'm decked out in gear. A lot of it is wool. As you can see, I'm wearing a wool tunic right now, wool trousers. I'm actually allergic to wool, believe it or not. So I don't know how I would have fared back in 1914, perhaps. But luckily, with 2021 luxuries, I could take a React in and do this video with you today.
That's pretty, and we thank you very much for taking one for the team for us. Definitely appreciate it. You had a lot of fun making that video, as I understand it.
We certainly did. It was a lot of being really, really hot and then being really, really cold because we got rain down, we got pelted with sun. Like every incremental bit of weather that you could basically experience that the soldiers in the Great War would have experienced. We experienced filming at the military museums, and a special thanks to the Yankee Valley Yankees for letting us film on their property as well. As you can see, the shots are very similar between the two videos.
That's awesome. Okay, I got a couple questions coming in. First one comes from the Gaming Canuck. Where would someone be able to look into joining the 10th Battalion CEF?
So we are active on Facebook and Instagram. Very, very simple. It's at 10th Canadians. You spell it out, TENEH Canadians, at 10th Canadians. Okay. Facebook and Instagram. You could also just for Days of Yore people, you could shoot us an email at 10thcanadians@gmail.com to contact us there. We'll get you hooked up with all the little bits and bobs you'll need, whether it be short magazine Lee Enfield, Brody helmets, gas masks, PO8 weapon, the whole 9 yards. We'll get you hooked up and help you out.
Awesome. So there you go, Gaming Connect. There's your information. Bill Windsor asked, how much does all that equipment weigh?
It's actually pretty reasonable. I transitioned out of the Army Reserve back in 2020, and that's why I got it's my way of kind of connecting with the military in some way and military history after leaving the military myself. I remember wearing a lot more equipment than what these guys would have had to carry. But I think the real heavy load would have been this short magazine Lee Enfield. As you can see, it is a little bit taller. With the bayonet fixed, it's almost taller than me when I stand up. And it's about a 9-pound rifle. So.
Yeah, what they can't see on the rest of the stream is that it extends not just off of their screen, but well off the top of my screen. There we go. That's the full length of the bayonet there. So, woof. Comments coming from the audience as well to say thank you for your service, and to all those others, because I understand a number of the people who are involved in the 10th Battalion, the Commemorative Association, they've all served previously.
Yeah, a good number of them served. Brian, Ron, Gary, I know they're watching right now. Hopefully they're watching right now, or maybe they'll watch after the fact, but they all did many more years than me. As with, any Canadian soldier or veteran or whatever, we're always a little embarrassed whenever we get the thank you for your services, but those guys definitely did their time, and it's much appreciated. And of course, we are here as well to commemorate the regular grunt in the trenches during the Great War. Canada had 600,000 men go overseas, and 60,000 of them actually died. And a population of 7.2 million in 1911. That's a heck of a lot of young men that we lost, and this is our connection to that.
It is a ton of people, but insurmountable. It seems to be insurmountable when we live in peace times. A kind of commitment. So we definitely. You might feel the embarrassment, but it's mostly because we have no idea what you went through, and we know that you were doing it because you wanted to, and so we definitely appreciate it. So,
Absolutely.
The other question that I had here for you was, when do you you guys must gather on a regular basis? When and how does that work?
Because of just the nature of a post-industrial revolution reenactment unit and the amount of equipment that the individual soldier, and specifically the 10th, carried. And there's a lot of very particular things about it. We do have to have regular annual general meetings. We tend to do that at Royal Canadian Legion halls across southern Alberta. So shout out to the Cochrane Legion and definitely the RCL Legion at Horton Road in right by South Center Mall. We have meetings there just to talk over the gear, the equipment, what these guys would have worn, what the conditions were like, what the age of the guys, right? And just the history. There's a drill practice component, so military drill, marching around, getting yelled at, all that fun stuff that I actually do enjoy. We do have to practice that every now and again. Obviously, as you mentioned, a lot of the guys had previously served, but it's never bad to shake off the rust as well. And we do have a few current serving people in the Army Reserve. But again, practice makes perfect. So we do have to have drill practice and make sure all our kits squared away for the big events, Summer Skirmish and Days of Yore.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining me today and joining us on Days of Yore. Really can't wait to see you guys again next year when we get a chance to do this in person. And maybe you won't have to wear as much kit all the time, and who knows? I mean, maybe other people might try to relieve you of some of that extra lifting, I guess.
Roger that. And again, if you want to look for our group on social media, we're at 10th Canadians on Facebook and 10th Canadians on Instagram. Thank you again.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks, Henry.
All right.
So when I attended my first convention in cosplay, it was Otafest 2009. And I was really taken in by all the other cosplayers. They were incredible, super talented. The different projects were detailed, super big builds. And my first thought was, I want to do that. Unfortunately, the downside from getting all this inspiration from these amazing cosplayers was I needed to pick a project. I really struggled with that because all of the projects that I was drawn to were either super huge or very complicated. So a project that was a little too ambitious for maybe a novice starting out. The other thing was I was so excited to do these projects, but I psyched myself out. I didn't know how to start. I didn't know where to find the answers. And by the time I would get around to doing it, months or years had passed. And at that point, I just didn't have the motivation to do it at all. Now, I've since then found work as a props and sculpture artist for Street Characters, the local mascot company to my area. And I found myself working with EVA foam and thermoplastics using different kinds of tools and techniques, which has really boosted my experience level as well as my confidence. So now I'm able to take those and apply it to those dream projects that I always dreamed about doing. My name is Emma, and here at Cosplay Skill Tree, we're going to teach you all those skills and get your cosplay to the next level.
All right, and we're going to bring you up to our next group, which is not one of those groups that tend to take the field very often, but they have a ton of history in behind them as well, and that is the Prairie Motor Brigade. Brigade is the Alberta and Saskatchewan affiliate of the Military Vehicle Preservation Association, and they've come to the days of yore for the past few years. They don't put on a field show, but they do put on a show nonetheless by bringing in many of their vehicles that have been restored by members of the Prairie Motor Brigade. They are no different this year, and we get a chance to demonstrate some of these vehicles for you. The first is the 1943 Dodge WC-52 3/4-ton utility truck. This type of vehicle served many roles during the Second World War as a troop carrier, ambulance, weapons carrier, and other purposes. This vehicle is an actual World War II veteran of the European theater of operations. It was returned to North America in the 1990s by a Swiss gentleman that immigrated to Canada's Yukon. The owner and restorer, Steve Johnson, acquired the truck in 2016. This next vehicle may seem familiar to many. It is the iconic U.S. Army Jeep, better called the Willys MB, this one provided by Donna Geeky. Nicely restored 192 Willys MB. This particular vehicle saw use in multiple theaters of combat, particularly the Second World War and the Korean War, but even beyond. It was such a successful vehicle that it was used across decades and has become the iconic image of Army Jeeps. The next vehicle we will show you is a CCKW 353 cargo truck with winch, used in the Second World War. This one was provided to us by Arlen Bauer. Arlen has information that's been passed through a number of individuals about this vehicle. The original owner of this vehicle, or at least the person who brought it back to the North American continent, happened to serve in the Second World War in the Normandy area. He visited Normandy in the 2000s, where he saw many of the old vehicles he had used and seen during the war. He set out to purchase one, found an individual who knew that a museum in Belgium was closing and selling all the stuff they had. Apparently, it was used in the Red Ball Express with the 541st Service Battalion. This particular battalion was an entirely black unit of drivers. This truck was originally built with a service box and later had a transport box put on it by the museum. The next vehicles, the two side-by-side here, are a 1956 CJ5 and a 1971 M38A1, both Jeeps used in a variety of different conflicts. The 1956 CJ5 was acquired by Patrick Rolfson in 2010, has a 4-cylinder Hurricane F-head engine in it. The 1971 M38A1 is believed to have been used with the Canadian Airborne Regiment of the United Nations Peacekeepers in Cyprus in 1974. Patrick Rolfson also acquired this one in 2011, and at one point in time it was equipped with a 106mm recoilless rifle. The final vehicle we get to show you from the Prairie Motor Brigade is this Dispatch Rider's Motorcycle, a 1986 Canadian Armstrong MT500. The serial number is number 60 out of 90 bikes that were built for the Canadian Forces in 1986, and it has also been restored by Steve Johnson as of 2015. We thank the Prairie Motor Brigade for preserving military history in this way, so that we never forget.
.5 CKFM and Rock 104, your source for everything local in Mountain View County. We bring you all the latest in local news, sports, and community events. From great music to chuck wagon races, the Olds Grizzlies and Mountain View Colts, we're your home for what's going on in your community. When you want to keep up to date with what's going on in your area, tune in to 96.5 CKFM and Rock 104, proudly serving Mountain View County since 2004.
All right, so we get ourselves to move ourselves on now to a new installment for Days of Yore because we're online. More often than not, people who come to visit the Days of Yore in Didsbury, Alberta also get a chance to go into the Didsbury Museum and take a look around there too. Lots of activities that the museum tends to host from year to year as well, including a convoy that makes their way all the way up there. However, this time around, that's not quite so possible. So instead, we are going to bring the Didsbury Museum to you.
When war broke out in the golden days of August 1914, Mountain View County was not without some military history already. Some volunteers had marched in the Boer War, and sometime after 1905, rifle associations were set up in the area by the government as they tried to create an effective militia. The Didsbury Museum shares some of these stories in their military room on the main floor. The first artifact you will see as you enter this room is an ornate bell pump organ from around 1917. The First World War was a singing war. Soldiers used songs to bond and to alleviate the stress and fears encountered at the front. But songs were also written to generate home front support. We've got a few song sheets on exhibit that you just might remember your grandparents singing. 20 years later, news of the Second World War was important to everyone. Our DeForest Cabinet shortwave radio is the type that brought the sounds of war to families back home and also gave government leaders a means of broadcasting war propaganda. It's amazing to imagine the impact this invention had 80-some years ago as Canadians soaked up any information they could get from overseas. Some of our wartime exhibits might seem odd-looking to you, but they were necessities 100 years ago. Gas goggles and gas masks, critical since chlorine gas was first used by the Germans against the French near Ypres. Safety goggles offered eye protection from small projectiles and fragments. And wait till you see what they had available to dig trenches. Cast iron shovels were a heavy but vital tool for trench warfare. They were small because they had to fit in the soldier's pack. In our exhibit is a pointy-ended shovel that served as a spade, a shovel, and a shield. While the sharp edge was originally purposed to cut through roots, it often found its way into the necks of their enemy as one set of soldiers tried to take over another's trench. Ours has a hole in the handle for a wooden helve. These little entrenching tools were not highly regarded by infantrymen. Drones are not new inventions at all, and Flight Sergeant Scotty McNair, an air gunner with the RCAF, wrote his parents, who lived in the Westcott area, that he had been fortunate enough to shoot down 5 Nazi robot bombs. The Didsbury Remote Control Funflyers Airfield is now known as the McNair Airfield. The inventions during wartime were certainly incredible, and while we have many items to see, it was the people whose stories really make our room come to life. For instance, there's Sergeant Ken Waugh, who earned over 20 marksman medals between 1902 and 1935. Waugh served in the Canadian Air Force, and when he returned home, he gave musketry instruction to the Didsbury Boy Scouts rifle team. Waugh is mentioned in several Calgary Herald articles of the 1930s because of his target shooting skills. We have a binder full of attestation papers, personal information that volunteers for the Canadian Expeditionary Force completed during the enlistment process throughout the First World War. For instance, Private David Crosby Archer's papers asked if he was willing to be vaccinated, revaccinated, and inoculated. He said yes. They also recorded that he had a small chickenpox mark on his right shoulder blade. We are proud of our collection of military uniforms from the 3 branches of the Canadian military, the Army, Air Force, and Navy. We have a sailor's uniform from the HMCS Naden, a wooden schooner built in 1913 that was the primary naval training center for Western Canada. This sailor may have been on board the Naden when Captain L.R.W. Beavis was ordered to hide the schooner in one of the numerous inlets along the BC coast. But if the Germans broke the blockade and came, he was ordered to destroy her at once if the Germans discovered her. Captain Goosen with the Royal Canadian Navy donated a jacket and tam to our exhibit. Goosen was a member of the Canadian Coronation Contingent, the Guard of Honour assembled for coronation ceremonies. He attended both the coronations of King George VI in 1937 and the coronation of Queen Elizabeth II in 1953. Goosen compiled a fabulous autobiography for the Didsbury Museum, and it makes a great lunch hour read, so feel free to skim through the pages while having lunch in our mercantile tea room. Another uniform donated was worn by RCAF pilot officer John Alexander Morton of the Canadian Artillery. This Didsburyan enlisted in 1941 and received a Distinguished Flying Cross, awarded for acts of valor, courage, or devotion to duty performed while flying against the enemy. But Flight Lieutenant Morton has another claim to fame, as a star in the National Film Board of Canada's movie Trainbusters, a 1943 documentary featuring Canadian airplanes destroying a German munitions train. This film was narrated by Canada's Lorne Greene of Bonanza fame. Another brief autobiography accompanies an RCAF uniform worn by Didsbury community leader Joyce Mullen, as she was a member of Alberta Women's Service Corps. Make sure you open the pages of her binder and read about her skill as a target shooter. For those who knew Joyce, you can hear her familiar voice smiling in the words she wrote. As you continue touring the artifacts in this room, you will see many framed photos of Didsburyans who served in World War I or World War II, or both, as well as the many medals earned. In the fall of 2019, the Didsbury Historical Society embarked upon a Veterans Banner project that saw the installation of light post banners honoring local veterans. This is a natural extension of our war memorabilia display and will be added to each year as we honor our hometown veterans. Oftentimes when we think of the wars, we remember the bombers or the pilots, but veteran Tom Patterson, one of the Didsbury vets featured in our banner project, and an engine repairman for seaplanes, reminds us the importance of the ground crews and engine repairmen. They were depended on to make sure these flying boats could properly land on the water. Another boy from Westcott, Charlie Snyder, fit hydraulics on Avro Lancaster planes, mostly used for nighttime bombing missions. He earned $1 a day, unless he was testing a plane to make sure it was running right. Then he would make $3 a flight. Sergeant Thomas McHugh will be remembered by many Didsburyans as a breeder of pigeons. He would even give friends pigeons so he could time their flights back to his pigeon coop. McHugh also loved the sound of the train thundering over the tracks through town. To him, it showed signs of prosperity, a comfort for anyone who had served in war. You can also read the story of Robert Hurst, who served as an anti-submarine detection investigator who returned home in July of 1945. As he said, "I think we were going so fast the Germans couldn't figure out what we were." This was a rough job, and as was the Navy tradition, each sailor was given a shot of rum every day, which was the only thing that kept them warm. "We were wet all the time," he said. Hurst spent 592 days on the high seas. Now that's isolation. One very special exhibit is the Didsbury airplane quilt on the north wall. This quilt was made by Mary Jane Clink for their hired man, Leonard McCafferty, when he joined the Royal Canadian Air Force during World War II. It's a beaut and would have kept Mr. McCafferty warm while he served. After World War I, in the summer and fall of 1919, many new homesteads were filed west of Bergen. When a young man started building and remodeling in earnest, the local gossips anticipated the arrival of his war bride. So much reading can be done here, and we sincerely encourage you to pop in and enjoy these stories. Half of this room is dedicated to service organizations like the Lions, Legion, Scouts, Guides, Freemasons, Kinsmen, Women's Institute, and Fire Department. Those stories will come in a later video.
I'm Bruce. I'm Pat, and we are Midgard Blades and Leatherworks.
We specialize in authentic Northern European replica weapons using local blacksmiths and the finest quality natural materials such as leather, wood, and rawhides.
We can design and produce fully functional weapons to your specifications.
We can also enhance any previously purchased items you may have.
At Midgard, we can produce leather products,
for any purpose you might have, such as biker gear, horse tack, baggage, or briefcases.
We can be contacted for consultation on our Facebook page, Midgard Blades and Leatherworks. Check us out, give us a like, and follow us.
So before you set out a Viking or on your next pillaging raid, contact us to ensure you are properly equipped.
And we're back with the Days of Yore. Thank you to the Disney Museum for your walking tour or your tour around some of the artifacts that you have in there, as well as a heads up as to what's coming down the road. We have for you one final production to share with you for the Days of Yore in 2021. However, I don't want you to go anywhere afterwards because we have some door prizes to give away. And everybody's entered their chance now for those door prizes. Not only that, but we also have some really cool information for you for what Days of Yore is going to look like, as well as other Mountain View Art Society activities. Coming up with an interview with Kathleen Windsor, the Days of Yore committee chairperson. In the meantime, our final group, although, it's last but not least kind of scenario here, this will be the First Special Service Forces Living History Association. Take it away.
Looks like the captain has a group of fresh young faces who need to be taught a lesson. Looks like he's picked his first pupil. Well, what are you waiting for, Sonny? Step up and show the class what a good enemy sentry you can be. These are ideal conditions. The captain has the sentry thinking about his future victories. This will lead to his present defeats. First, with your knife drawn, you sneak up behind your target. Focusing on the head, you move your open palm around his helmet. With some vigor, force his chin into his chest. This will restrict the airway and cause shock and confusion. Now that he's watching the floor tile, are you having fun? Good, good. Take your quality-made blade provided by the fine folks at Allied Command and thrust it into his neck. Then, just like a fish, clean it by slicing out. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Prairie Boy? Only fishnets you've seen are the stockings at the OK Bean Sprout. Pick up that knife and do your best Brutus impression. See? Right for the belly. He's as predictable as a Prairie Boy ordering a T-bone. Now really, lunge at him, Twiggy. Ha! Didn't see the cross block, did he? From here, you have your opponent in your control. It's as easy as pushing the offending hand away, walking into their space, and pushing them off balance just like this. Are you getting this, cameraman? He is completely incapacitated. Now all the captain has to do with the offending arm is whatever he wishes. And he thinks he's going to give it the old twig snap. Now that he's a bruised pile of bones, you can give him a nice new hole in his service shirt. Now let's get into cuts. You, farm boy, you look like you've been around a few too many cows intimately.
I'll show you who's intimate with cows. I'm eating seed. Your mother eats who? Yours munches gutter dust, silly boy.
Scouting party's moving into position now. Getting super. Heavy order east of Yore, jump 1-0.
Hello.
Fire.
Dad!
On September 1st, 1939, Germany invades Poland. Britain and Canada, along with several other countries, declare war in the following days. The Second World War begins. Fighting rages around the world. In 1941, Japan launches coordinated attacks across the Pacific, and the United States joins the war. New methods of warfare are pioneered overnight. Elite special forces known as commandos are trained to bring the fighting to the enemy and strike deep behind enemy lines. The United States and Canada create one such unit. The 1st Special Service Force is born. Under the command of Colonel Robert T. Frederick, training begins under secrecy at Fort Harris, Montana. The Canadian and American soldiers are put through rigorous trials and testing that push them harder than any other unit. Soon the national differences between the men are wiped away and they become a cohesive fighting force. The men are trained in parachuting, mountaineering, ski, amphibious operations, hand-to-hand combat, explosives, and enemy weapons. Operation Plow, the FSSF's original mission, is cancelled and the existence of the force hangs by a thread. A new assignment presents itself, and the force is sent to the island of Kiska to fight the Japanese. Unknown to the Allies, the Japanese slip away before the attack, and the island is retaken with ease. The 1st Special Service Force next assignment takes them to the mountains of Italy. One mountain has proven impossible to take, Monte la Difensa. The 1st Special Service Force is given the task of taking it. Under the cover of darkness, on December 3rd, 1943, the FSSF scales the backside of the mountain with ropes in the freezing rain and cold. Many of them are carrying over 100 pounds of equipment. Near dawn, the battle begins. Fierce fighting breaks out on the summit of the mountain, and the battle-hardened and well-trained German soldiers retreat in a matter of hours. The FSSF passes its trial by fire with success. More mountains would fall to the FSSF over the next month. Its reputation spread as an elite fighting force. On February 1st, 1944, Allied forces landed Anzio behind enemy lines. The attack stalls, and the beachhead goes on the defensive. The FSSF are called in to hold the line and asked to do the impossible once again. With less than 2,000 men, they are tasked to hold an area that normally 10,000 would hold. Their sector is over 10 kilometers long, 1/4 of an entire beachhead perimeter. Through aggressive night raids and constant pressure, the FSSF forced the Germans to pull back to their front line, 800 meters. Psychological warfare tactics scare the Germans. Death stickers are placed on German bodies that say, "Das Dicke and kommt Nacht," or "The worst is yet to come." The 1st Special Service Force ends up in combat for 99 days straight, but they hold the line. The Allies break out of Anzio and advance to Rome. On June 4th, the FSSF are the first to enter the city. Citizens rejoice and welcome the Allies with open arms. In August, the FSSF take part in Operation Dragoon, the invasion of southern France. The island forts of Port-Cros and Ile-de-Levant fall. Pushing along the southern French coast towards the Italian border, the FSSF take numerous small towns at an astonishing pace. By mid-September 1944, the force has come to its final post along the Franco-Italian border and take up defensive positions. Allied command saw that this specialized training of the FSSF was no longer required, and the Canadian government needed replacements for their own army units. On December 5th, the FSSF are formally disbanded near the French town of Villeneuve-Loubet. In a final ceremony, the Canadian soldiers are dismissed from the unit and saluted by their American comrades.
Welcome to the 1st Special Service Force Living History Association, where World War II history comes to life. Founded in 2011, our group endeavors to honor the memory and legacy of the 1st Special Service Force and all those who served, fought, and died in World War II. Through living history displays, mock battles, camp life, we offer a small glimpse into the greatest conflict of human history. We educate the public about what life was like for a soldier 80 years ago. To do this, we strive for utmost authenticity and attention to detail. Our uniforms and equipment are identical to what soldiers in the 1st Special Service Force would have used. We use the same tents and the same shaving kits. We use the same stoves and eat the same food. We not only look the part, but we act the part too. We learn how to read maps and use compasses. We do hand-to-hand combat, how to dig and sleep in foxholes, and how to use the same weapons. For safety, we fire blanks instead of live ammo. All of this is done so that we can experience what it was like and educate others about it so that their lived experience is not forgotten. We all have a deep passion for history in this group. Some of us were former soldiers, though many of us are from all walks of life, just like they were. Remember them.
All right, and welcome back. Thanks to the 1st Special Service Forces for that wonderful production. It is absolutely true. Everything that they do during the days of yore is perfectly true to form. And it's kind of an interesting way to look at things when you see the various sizes of the camps, because you look at the Vikings and they've got a very strong, sturdy, large set of tents. You get all the way down to the 1st Special Service Forces, and their tents are much lower than my waist. Which might be getting wider, but it's not getting taller. So it is very interesting to see how these different organizations, when they come to the days of yore, demonstrate as much to the age as they possibly can. With me right now is Kathleen Windsor, the chair of the Days of Yore Committee. Hey, Kathleen, how are you doing?
Doing great. What a wonderful afternoon.
It has been great. So the wonderful thing about this has been that the groups have been able to do some different things than they have been for the in-person Days of Yore. Tell me how that's felt for the Days of Yore committee.
Just the fact that all the reenactment groups totally embraced this idea. We didn't know whether we could do Days of Yore live or not, but when we asked the groups, every single one of them, plus another that we haven't had before, they all wanted to be part of it, and they all wanted to do a video production of what they do. It was the first chance for a lot of them to be able to get together to rehearse in the first place.
That's true. And so one of the challenges when you can't get together is how do you get set up for this kind of thing? And then when you finally get a chance to get back together, you can definitely see the energy in what they did for us this time around.
Very much.
What are you hoping for most when it comes to Days of Yore 2022? Aside from being in person, we'll get that one out of the way. What are some of the other things you're looking forward to?
With Days of Yore, we just spend the whole year looking forward to the whole thing. When the reenactors get together, they are a family, and not just in their own encampments. We have the Victorians who hang out with the Yankees, who hang out with the Edmonton fur traders. Everybody becomes a real family, and they love each other very much. They just like being together to share history through the ages.
You know, and Kellyanne McLean, who was with me earlier on from the Guns of the Golden West, she was mentioning that too, that a number of the people who are involved in that organization are also involved in Yankee Valley Yankees, or some of the other groups too. So it's obviously a very tight-knit community, but it's not so tight-knit as to not welcome new people in.
People love talking to them. They'll go into an encampment and just ask them not only, what are you doing? Are you cooking something? Are you going to shoot somebody or what? They just want to know what's going on so that they know whether they can participate. And I can tell you, Days of Yore has helped each one of these groups grow just a little bit. And they've all helped us grow as well.
That they certainly have. I've learned a lot from each one of these groups. I still feel young every time I see a host of children aged 10 and under with those pool noodles attacking Vikings. And so and then the Grand Melee, we usually have battles at the end of Days of Yore on the Sunday where every single group is fighting every single other group. One year the Vikings won. The first year the Victorian Society of Alberta won with that wicked wallop from a croquet mallet. I believe the Medieval Knights have won the Dragon's Own. We've had, and I think the Cannoneers, or the Yankee Valley Yankees at one point in time, obliterated the field once too. So we've had lots of fun with these Grand Melees, and we're looking forward to coming back to it. So before we do some more close-up, what are some of the other things that the Mountain View Art Society's got on the go?
Well, you know, it's been a tough 18 months. So this is our first event, and it's online. But our next one is actually going to be live. It's the Mountain View Arts Festival. It's the 10th edition. So even the Sons of Fenrir have been with us for 9 years, even though Days of Yore has only been 5. But the Mountain View Arts Festival supports arts, culture, and heritage throughout the region. And there's music, there's ongoing music all day long, both days, the Saturday and Sunday of September 11th and 12th. And we also have artists at work. We have, I can't even remember everything. There's so much rock art. We're painting a whole river of rocks for Memorial Park. Like, it's just a way to showcase everything that we have related to arts, culture, and heritage, and also touring the museum and seeing the scarecrows on parade. It's a big festival, and everyone is looking forward to doing something live for a change.
And those are going to be on, or that festival's on September 11th and 12th, if I've got those dates correctly, right?
That's correct, yes.
Awesome. And so they can go to Mountain View Art Society, mountainviewartsociety.ca to find information about that.
Yes. And mountainviewartsfestival.ca if they want to go quickie.
The society and then the festival, obvious, fantastic. And so we also have some door prizes to give away. And as I understand it, you have those winners' names here.
I do, but I forgot my phone.
Yeah. That's all right. I can vamp. That's what I'm here for. So,
okay, you can do
while she's going to get those prize winners, as Gorvin, I have a great memory of my first days of Yore, and putting on a much too large outfit for me. It was a little bit. It wasn't quite as royal blue as this. It was a little bit more baby blue. And what I think it was actually that first one. But one of the challenges that we have, and what you will have heard from some of these other groups, is that there's a lot of sunlight, or it can rain, and you're dealing with the weather. Not dissimilar to how some of the military people had to deal with it. And sometimes the weather is crazy hot. Sometimes it's darn near we got to get some extra layers of cotton on. But for me, the one that I remember is having a wasp crawl up underneath my costume. And I had to finish saying whatever it was I was saying on the microphone and run behind a building and hope that nobody could see me, rip my costume off to try to get this wasp out of there, because it left a long line of memories on my back. But we have so much fun there. All of the reenactment groups, or the vast majority of the reenactment groups, they stay in the valley as well. So they are not just they're not just there for the show, they're living there. They're living the life. And so if you get a chance to come out to Days of Yore 2022, you'll see all of that. You'll see the kitty Vikings. You'll see the strange ear horns that they use for cleaning their ears at different ages as well. You'll get a chance to really immerse yourself in everything, as well as all the artisans and vendors that we tend to have at the Days of Yore. We usually also have a food truck or something like that as well for those of you who really need. And don't worry, if you need to go find some facilities, there are some on site. You don't have to worry about that. So we're going to come back now to Kathleen. Kathleen, have you got those prize winners' names? Let's start with the Sons of Fenrir's Shield Pendant. Who is the winner of that one?
The winner of that is Neil Kramer. He wins the Sun's Shield.
The pendant, yes.
The pendant. I was going to say pendant. See, pendant. Yeah. Sorry.
And actually, before I carry on, so Neil Kramer, don't go too far because you're going to get some information. I'm also going to ask all of our audience members who are out there, I'm going to ask you guys to find yourselves a goblet, a mug, a pint, something, because we're going to be doing a toast here in a couple too. So don't forget, just before I forgot about that. So have that ready. We're not going to do it quite yet. We're going to give out the other two prizes too. So Sons of Fenrir's Viking Shield Pendant goes to Neil Kramer. Now, what about our Dark Age Creations $25 gift certificate from the Dragon's Own Medieval Combat Group?
Well, this one goes to someone with a very unique name, and the winner is the Gaming Canuck.
Aha, so now that one was on YouTube, if I remember correctly. So the Gaming Canuck, don't go too far. We'll keep in touch with that. We'll discuss how you can get this prize here in just a few moments. And last but not least, our family pass for the Days of Yore 2022. That's going to be 2 adults, 2 children. Who is the prize winner for that, please, Kathleen?
I cannot wait to meet Natalie Peters at the gate next year.
Awesome. So Natalie Peters, you are the winner of the family pass for the Days of Yore 2022, where you will get a chance to meet Gorvin of Tallwood, as well as all of our other reenactors and Kathleen and all of our perennial volunteers and our annual volunteers. There's a lot of people involved in this production. Yeah, Kathleen, did you have anything else that you wanted to say before we sign ourselves off for Days of Yore 2021?
I just want to give some thank yous. Obviously to the Mountain View Art Society Board of Directors, but especially to my committee of Jack and Tara and Bill, and our video production team of Joel and Joel. But also all those reenactment groups, their enthusiasm and their passion for what they do showed in their videos. Some of them, it was the first time they had ever touched a video camera of any sort. And they did a remarkable job. And I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you. They were wonderful. And so that's it. I just want to thank everyone. This was a tough row to hoe, and we pulled it off together. What a team.
Indeed, and you know, it's a different story when I don't get a chance to interact with each of the reenactors directly. But I got to tell you, I am looking forward to talking all about this when we get back together in Rosebud Valley next year. For those of you who did win, that was Natalie Peters, that was the Gaming Canuck, and Neil Kramer. Please don't forget to get in touch with us. The email address is now just being put into the chat. It is info@mountainviewartsociety.ca, and that way you can get in touch with us, and we can make sure we get the right right information out to you. We will also try to connect with you by way of YouTube and Facebook, but sometimes email is a little bit easier. So if you beat us to it, cool, makes life easier. But thank you guys, everyone. One more chance for you, everybody, to donate to the Days of Yore by going to bit.ly/donate-DOY. Help us come back again next year. And again, thank you very much. Ladies and gents, we got one last thing we're going to do. We're going to put up a toast to all of our reenactors, to all of our sponsors, our volunteers, to all of our artisans, and to all of you in the audience for joining us. Thank you for these Days of Yore, the Days of Yore past, and now also to the Days of Yore in the future. Let's drink up to that.
Days Yore!
That's right. Ladies and gents, we'll see you all again in almost exactly 1 year, July 30th and July 31st at the 2022 Days of Yore.
Bye all!
Bye.